Hello. Good morning. For most everybody. Let's see here. There we go. Alright, yeah. Sorry for the late start. I actually knew that this was probably going to happen earlier in the evening. It was like 6 something, and I was like, oh man, I need to take a nap. And like when I went to go lay down, I'm like, oh god, I don't know how long this is gonna last. So let me not like schedule the stream just in case it ends up like going later than usual. I still had every intention on streaming. And I ended up sleeping until 11:30. I have this weird sleep cycle issue, and I'm hoping that the new schedule helps with this. It should. This week I actually didn't have a ton of work, like attorney work. And when that happens, my sleep schedule tends to get a little fucked up. What happens is that I end up falling into 2 blocks of sleep instead of 1 long block of sleep. And then I have to work to get that back together. And then when I finally get it back together, though, then my long block of sleep ends up being like too long. So that's what I'm anticipating, which will be great to deal with. That's probably the least fun part of the entire cycle. And then it'll eventually go back to normal. I'd prefer that just not happen at all, but that's just what my body does. Already got my Vicks ready. I actually realized, remember when I left to go get it and bring it back down, and I'm like, oh, this is generic Vicks. It just says chest rubs. There was already the exact same thing, but not generic, in here. My little medicine pouch. See? One's Vicks and one is just chest rub. I didn't even realize I had 2 of these. A little more prepared than I thought. This plastic bag is dying. Had it for like 6 years. I should get like an actual like apothecary pouch or something. Chemist pouch. That'd be fun. But yeah, I'd always had every intention on streaming today, regardless of whether I was going to start late or not, and I have every intention on it going the normal amount of time, unless we can tell that it's not going to end today, and there's a better point to end a little earlier, so that there's not like an hour worth of stream on the next one or something like that. But I think I'll rely on Trep for that direction. It definitely needs to be retired. It needs to be taken out back and shot at this point. Yeah, I hope you're all doing well. Yeah, and I don't want, because then at least like next stream I can like, we could do kind of like our usual thing where we're talking a little bit more and still finish and it not be like a super short stream. Oh yeah, let's get Chap on it. Alright, later, Maxim. You have classes? What day is it for you? On the weekend? That sounds like madness. dealing with monsters. All right, let's get going. The SS5 incident. The incident occurred on a winter day 12 years ago. It was the 10th of February. The police department in this country received a call from a group of kidnappers. We've kidnapped President Huang, they said. Kidnapped? The SS5 incident was the case of President Huang's kidnapping. They demanded a ransom of $100 million. This is Dr. Evil and his group? It's not even Dr. Evil's group. Theirs were, what, $100 billion? Verchicon alone makes over $5 billion a year. Yeah, $100 million. I would have thought that was a joke. Really? That's it? Oh. Got like $6 trillion earmarked for military spending, so just call it a part of that budget. Hey, Ram. Alright, hold on. I feel like we've gotten enough requests for this. There. 12 years ago, now has its own command. Yo, what's up, Light? That's over 11 billion yen. That still isn't shit for the life of the president. 100 million? Wait, just how much is that? It's such a large amount, she's having trouble visualizing it. It really... I guess she's young. She's also a thief, though. Great thief, so you'd think... That night, my old man was the last person to meet with the president. They were together at the Chengfa embassy until midnight on February 10th. Would that be midnight on officially then February 11th? Or midnight in that it was still the day of February 10th. Midnight questions always piss me off the most, because I just have no idea. Everybody has their own idea of how it should be, the time is told them. Hard to visualize it. Man, have you watched Squid Games? It ain't that hard to visualize it anymore. Although I guess theirs were... It was 35 million US dollars, so it'd be about 3 times as much as that. Well, it makes it a lot easier to visualize lots of money. Let's put it that way. Normally I would agree, but in this particular analogy, they do such a good job of putting it all in one place. A little tidier in that regard than like your average, you know. For a monkey NFT, yeah, right. We want a monkey NFT.
After that, no one knows what the president was doing up until he was kidnapped. With the president's life at stake, the Chun-Fa government frantically gathered the money. After that, the ransom was delivered and the president was returned safe and sound.
So President Huang has been the president since 12 years ago. That's really amazing.
Well, being in office for so long is just a small part of how amazing the man is.
Is anyone else coming up with the idea immediately that that wasn't really the president this entire time, and he got replaced with a body double? Long seemed a bit happy when he said that.
I'm glad we have this dictator.
I know some presidents just don't have term limits. Or they just there's no, they just keep getting reelected. Is it FDR? Still above average at my president trivia. And what happened to the kidnappers?
Well, a top-secret covert investigation was carried out. Then a secret trial was held.
A trial? Does that mean the suspect was caught?
The suspect was Patricia Rowland.
What? What? Who met her and was like, you know, I bet she could be part of a plot to kidnap the president of a country? Then, the reason you came to the prison a few days ago...
Yeah, I was put on extended leave from the Interpol. So I decided to go back and reinvestigate what happened 12 years ago.
I guess whoever was trying her also did not think she was capable of... an operation to kidnap the president. Yo, what's up, dog?
First, I had to get a look at the face of my target.
So the trial 12 years ago ended with a not guilty verdict.
Yeah. Back then, my old man was in charge of every aspect of the president's security. He took responsibility for the kidnapping and was relieved of his post as bodyguard. But he continued to investigate as a regular police officer until he finally found the culprit. It was none other than Patricia Rowland. There was no way she could be innocent. However, the result was a not guilty verdict. In the end, the case went unsolved. Crushed in both body and soul, my old man resigned from the police.
What was the basis for arresting Patricia Rowland?
There was a lot of evidence, at least that's what I think. But I can't see those documents for myself. So that's where my story ends.
What should we do? With only this much information, even the little thief would have a hard time producing a recreation.
Ugh.
Is there really nothing we can do? Looks like you could still use... Looks like you could still use some help.
Who's that?
Francisca. And Mr. Shields, too!
We finished up with the trial, and finally managed to catch up with you guys.
Here, take this.
This is... Ah, it's the case files for the SS5 incident, sir. Wow, that was incredibly convenient. I thought we were gonna have to, like, go through something in order to get access to them. But nope! Yeah, it seems crazy, but I mean, you know as well as I do, Tom, like, you might see that and think, oh, not guilty. So in theory, she never did anything wrong. She might have been charged completely wrongly, you know, and we're supposed to look at it that way. Wrong place, wrong time. Person shouldn't be held. It shouldn't be held against the person because they're, you know, found at the wrong place at the wrong time. But still, do people actually kind of hold it against them? Yeah. Just ask O.J. Simpson. It's the best example I can think of there was a not guilty verdict and like almost no one believed it. When Roland mentioned 12 years ago during the trial, it caught my interest. This 12 years thing might be more than the 18 years thing. I looked into it immediately and got in touch with Interpol. I expected no less from you, Francisca. Don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. I didn't prepare these documents for you, the former prosecutor. I love how, she's very thorough with her dialogue. Like, Edgeworth already knows what she's talking about, but she still goes out of her way to say, the former prosecutor. He could be the new Hannibal. Although, well, is OJ still in prison? Because I know he was in. He got some prison time for a different crime, but it wasn't super long. Yeah, she's well, I know. Yeah, she is trying to rub it in, but she like does not miss an opportunity to do it. You think maybe one time she just let that thing go? No. Oh, yep, you do see it. She is currently licking my fuzzy leg. I don't know why. My pajama pants, and she's like, why would you want to lick fuzz? I can't. Oh, God. Yep, she. Oh. Oh my God, what is wrong with you? Her mother hasn't been around today because she's at home with her parents doing their yearly Christmas cookie bake-a-thon that takes them for fucking ever, so she just stays overnight at her parents' house with her sister. Yes, sorry, no offense intended to actual mothers who have given birth to real children. But that's still probably how the dog sees us. She actually responds to mama and daddy. I'd show you, but I don't want to get her excited that her mother might come home and then it turns out that she isn't at all. It'd be kind of cruel, but if I said it, she would be jetting towards the door. None of us are real, man. I mean, I don't have a problem with people that call their animals fur babies, personally. But I know some people, like, get in a hizzy about it. Okay, so he got released in 2017. Wow, he really didn't spend that much time in prison. He's just on parole then. Alright, I'll be right back. I think she needs to take a shit. Refill my water while we're at it. I once thought there was really no comparison between owning an animal and owning a child. But let me tell you, when it comes time to having a human baby, I already have some practice in waking up every 2 hours every night for an extended period of time. Not as long as human babies require generally, but puppies do require that. So it is, I have a bit of practice. It's not going to be completely foreign to me. Alright, let's go. I'll go lay down. Go lay down. No. Go lay down. Lay down. Lay down. You know what time it is? What is your problem? Now is not the time to be all excited. Go lay down. I know she's not home, but you can still lay down over here. It's a Vulpine possum. Start this, okay? Here. What? What? See how she just grabs me? She wants to pet you back. I am furry for a human. Like, it's cute, but at the same time, her paws are huge. Like, those nails are not super comfortable to have up against your skin. Okay, now I think you're just trying to hog camera time. Hey, that's my water. Your water's in there. Well, normally I take her outside and then she's fine. See, she heard that word. You just went out. You don't need to go out again. And then she's fine. I don't know what's going on right now, except that, again, her mother isn't here, and normally she'd then go and lay outside of our bedroom because my wife would be sleeping, and so she takes it as her cue to sleep. I have to make progress tonight. You have to let me make progress. Also, unfortunately, you're starting to set off my allergies. If you could not lick me so much, that would be fantastic. I never want her to feel like I will not give her love and attention. However, she's also kind of a spoiled brat. It's just her. We don't have any kids. We don't have another pet. It's just her, and she knows it. Yo, thanks for the $5 light. I have a serious question for you. Do you have a YouTube channel? And are you a YouTube live streamer? If you do, enjoy this as free beer money. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. I will get some good beer with that beer money. Hey, Trep. Wait a second. I need to check something. Why? At least the alert worked, and I could hear it. Oh! Because it's not set to super chat. Okay, fuck. It's only set to donations. There's a specific $5 donation thing. My first Ace Attorney unique donation alert. But what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to make the Cloud Victory thing specifically for $1 donations, and then like any other odd donations that aren't like specific amounts, Like we have the Lonely Island thing for the $10 donation, will be the new alert. So, we can get that going more. Ah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Maybe you're like in your 11th month, and once that 11th month point passes, they consider it to be the next month, even though you haven't reached it yet. 'Cause you should be gold if that happened. Oh, then I have no idea. You just do, Volpe. You just say it's real, and then that's that. We would not want the record to be incomplete. That could cause problems on a potential appeal of this stream. I don't remember how you first found the channel. I'm guessing it was sometime in late 2018, is my guess. Based on when I first started meeting all of the other streamers in our network. Okay. She's still kind of there, but not as pushy, so let's take this opportunity to... I don't know how she ended up over here, but I didn't even hear her move. Okay, never mind. I really don't want to put her outside and close the door, but I also really need to get going. Wish there was some way to placate her. Oh, I wonder. I might have something. Let's see. I didn't think we had any other bones in the house, and then I remembered that I found one that must have been like forgotten or something in the back of the pantry. Good timing to remember that. What happened, Trep? Oh. I was like, that name didn't seem really, but you're talking about those types of bots. I see. That's odd. I've never seen them in streams before. I've only seen them in comments. Well, yeah, I guess we'll have to keep an eye on it. If it happens one more time, then I'll turn on sub-only chat for the evening. Yeah, I've never seen that bot. Post in stream before. I've only seen him post in comments. Interesting. Other bots I've seen. I did it for the sake of the investigator taking up the case his father left behind.
Sis, but I thought information on the SS5 incident was restricted to the public.
That restriction was placed by the prosecutor in charge of the case, Blaze the Best. Blaze the Best is the prosecutor in charge? However, as a result of the trial just now, Blaze's authority has been revoked. It's all thanks to his son. Yeah, I know. I don't know how to dance to this very well, but it's still awesome. You found me through Nin, didn't you, Volpe? Yeah, they're always the first comments on my uploads. I was told a while ago that if you interact with them in the comments that they can hack your account that way, and I don't necessarily think that's true, but because I don't understand how that works, I kind of just don't mess with it because I don't, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know how that shit works. He is not as good as we all assumed he was. Or he is just as unskilled as we all assumed he was. But no, he is more useful than we thought he was. Which we do have 2FA. Like, somebody said that in the Discord. I can't remember who it was. They're like, yeah, I heard that. And I'm like, you could be right. I don't know. I think that's supposed to be his character arc. You find him obnoxious, and then you grow to like him. Similar to Edgeworth and Fran, really. A lot of the prosecutors have, well, I should say a majority of the prosecutors tend to have that arc. Nah, I guess not majority. Because Payne, Von Karma, Clavier didn't really have that because I don't think he was ever super fucking annoying to begin with. But, I guess I don't... Godot you're supposed to find more interesting than annoying, I think. You just thought he was kind of the stooge. Oh god. I get political texts all the time, which is really annoying because I have never signed up for anything that I knew of that was, you know, vaguely political. For that exact reason. I like to air guitar. So if that's the case, I would have to find myself annoying. I've also been getting a lot of spam from, bots that are like, we're calling regarding your not they might not even be bots, but they're definitely phishers. We're calling you because we might be able to forgive your student loan. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, I don't think so. Not for the amount that I owe. Well, that'll be a way to to never be allowed in that court again. They're embarrassing humans. Sebastian?
By bringing down his father, the door to this past case has been opened.
A couple, yeah, I've gotten some of those, Tara. The warranty on your car is going to expire. Actually, no. I know exactly what the terms of my warranty are, and I don't have to worry about it right now. This one isn't a scam so much as it's a, it's just somebody trying to take advantage of desperate people and trying to take advantage of the real estate market. But we've been starting to get calls recently from people that are like, "We'll buy your house for cash." I mean, yeah, you will, but not for nearly what its true value is. You try to buy it off of people for like 20% of what they could get if they actually put it on the market. But somebody that needs the cash immediately might agree to it. I'm surprised I don't get more shit like that on my work phone, since my work phone is phone number is public, if you know who I am. Very easy to find it. As an attorney, you can't really hide your number. You need people to know what your phone number is. I just don't pick up numbers I don't recognize on my personal phone. Like, because I know there are some programs where all they need to do is get your voice, right? And then they can, like, use it, simulate it somehow to get access to other information or shit like that. So, if I don't know the number, I'm not going to answer it. If it's really important, you'll leave me a message. $317 unread. Oh, that would bother me. That would bother me. See that little number right above messages. Well, that's something. My grandparents do that. They have a landline and they have caller ID and they'll still answer everything. And I'm just like, they get irritated when somebody's like, telemarketer or something's bothering them during dinner. I'm just like, don't answer the damn phone then. I have about 100 unread in my work email, but they're all, like state bar promotion, seminar promotion, stuff like that. Like I go through them all. I just haven't marked them all as read yet.
Prosecutor DeBest is currently wrapping things up in Patricia Rowland's trial. He told me to relay this message to you. Leave Pops and his cohorts to me. You guys just take care of the case on your end. He's become quite reliable, right before our very eyes. Truly.
Alrighty then, this is perfect. Now that we have the files, just leave the recreation to me.
Indeed. Well then, let us begin. According to these documents, it appears that the incident took place right in front of the Tower Plaza.
Then let's head to the plaza right away. Why are Lana and Nicole with us? Not that I mind. I actually really like Lana in this storyline so far, and I'm a huge fan of Nicole.
Because she's such a cutie. Okay, would you please activate the little thief? The little Mr. Thief.
Right, with these case files, recreating everything should be a snap.
They have nothing else better to do yet.
But if you're the police, can't you be like, get the fuck out of here?
I guess they've given us information.
And at random, either one of them could be like, oh yeah, I remember this really important thing that I didn't remember until now.
Yeah, sorry, that's the allergies.
Lotta. Cause my nose is stuffed. I hear teases ends.
God, just vacuum everything out of my face. Not everything, just the sinus fluid.
Where should I start?
Where indeed, according to these documents, it seems there was a witness to the kidnapping of the president. A freelance journalist by the name of Jack Cameron. However, he happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time and was murdered by the culprit.
That would mean the place he saw the president at was here.
Here? At the Grand Tower?
No, the Grand Tower was only built around a year ago, Kay. Before that, this place contained mostly abandoned buildings. However, 12 years ago, this place was...
Ha! Now you're finally talking about some stuff that I know. Yeah, 12 years ago, at this very spot was... the Happy Family Home.
What's that, pal?
It was a place where children with lost their parents could live.
Call them orphans, Jesus Christ. Lack brevity in your sentences.
Yo, what's up, Chris?
I heard it as Jack hammering when I first heard it, but it could be a play on camera too. Yeah. Last box of tissue. We need to definitely get some more of those. That is a lot of channels. Made a sandwich, ate it. Sounds like quite the evening you had. Don't get too rowdy now.
Yeah, right? A lot of parents either die or go missing, or just abandon their kids.
It was a place where children who had lost their parents could live. Or to put it simply, it was an orphanage.
Yeah, just say it's an orphanage. Were they worried that, like, people wouldn't know what an orphanage was when they were writing this dialogue? So the president was kidnapped at that orphanage.
And the head of that facility at the time was Patricia Rowland. Apparently, Rowland always referred to it as her home.
Seems that suspicion would naturally fall upon her.
I guess. He's not an attorney, so he didn't necessarily have to learn brevity. In fact, you'll read in a lot of, like, when you're speaking to police about incidents, they will not have brevity, and they add a lot of unnecessary words, in my experience. This particular individual on the evening that is in question, like, you could have, like, cut, like, 3 or 4 words from that sentence. Patricia Rowland blazed the best in President Huang. The darkness that remains from the SS5 incident still casts a shadow on the president's case. Hey, I'd like you to input the investigation data from Jack Cameron's murder case. We can probably assume that he was killed by one of the kidnappers. So if we solve the murder case, we'll know who the kidnappers were, right? Precisely. I'm counting on you. Ooh, fun. Well, that's not so fun.
What the heck is this? Everything's green.
I forgot we'd probably blow his little mind. Dos Equis? Prepare for some fuckery.
Text form.
I would expect nothing less.
Mike.
Yeah, Tom, you would think that, like, one, they bitch about paperwork frequently, and two, they'd like to spend less time on paperwork, so you think they'd write a little, a little more concisely, but they don't. And I don't know if it's because they're worried, they're like overly cautious about making a mistake in the language. I'm assuming that's partly it. Yeah, then they run into the problem that you just mentioned. We're going back to 12 years ago now, Scarlett. I've come to expect such reactions. This is a recreation of the grounds of the facility that stood here 12 years ago. Based on the documents from the police investigation,
I recreated the scene to show what it looks like when police arrived at 7 a.m. the next day.
it appears a fair amount of snow had piled up here.
Yeah, I heard that the footprints in the snow were prime pieces of evidence. Snow fell during the day, on the day of the incidents.
So the snow only fell before the crime took place, which means the footprints wouldn't have been erased by any further snow. I must make sure to pay close attention to these keep going to AWSD. I should just use the footprints here seem to lead to and from the body. These footprints were believed to be the culprits. The shoe size is about a size 7. That's fairly average. A size 7 and what? Because I am fairly certain that's not average in the US by like 2 whole sizes. I guess that in Japan it might be that might be more average though. And did they just look at you with a blank stare on their face? Because I know at age 7 I would have.
It seems we won't be able to tell who the culprit is from these footprints.
These footprints stop near the body.
They must be Cameron's footprints. He sure has some big feet. They look like a size 11. I mean... I guess that's big.
That sounds more accurate, Sarah. I mean, yeah, that just seems above average. A criminally negligent amount of sugar? Sure.
According to the data, his shoes match these footprints. And in women,
Isn't the size, like basically, in the US at least, basically one size higher than it would be in men's? So if you wear a 6 in women's, it'd be like a 5 in men's? Is that how it works? Nah, it really ain't.
according to, yeah.
So this is the eyewitness of the president's kidnapping, Jack Cameron. What exactly did he witness?
I've recreated the state of his body based on the photos taken by the police.
In appearance, he was struck in the head from behind.
The murder weapon was a brick, right? Looks like the ones from this garden.
The blood that flowed from his head was splattered all over the surroundings.
Here, take this. It's Mr. Cameron's autopsy report.
Is it updated? Probably 12 years, a long time, right?
Nook and cranny.
That was one of my favorite. What was his name? Quan? What was their neighbor's name?
Peggy Hill got some big feet.
Fucking wrecked her shit. I'm like, damn, dude, relax. It can depend. So, like, if I get a basketball, like, high-top sneaker, I'm going about a size higher than what it would be for, say, a running shoe. And if I were to get dress shoes, like narrow, like shoes for work, it's usually a size, one size below what it would be for running shoes. It all depends on how the company makes them and the type of shoe. Yeah, I bet she'd be like, I know Xeno's Xenoblade, but what's Xeno Gears? I have not. Their Laotian neighbor, I forgot what his name was. For some reason I thought it was Quan, but I don't. That's probably very low. Stars are in the past. They're never born if I'm not born, and you can see them because things aren't real until I look at them because they're waves. Would not have come up with that answer myself as a 7-year-old. Again, blank stare. That's less of a thing these days, Lugia. Just in that you can find men. I know what you're talking about. Like these days, from what I've seen, men's shoes have a lot more variety of colors, which is good, because I too thought they were too restrictive in their colors. You have bowling shoes that you own? Interesting. It is one of the grossest things about like sports in America. I don't know if it's the same everywhere else, but yeah. Here, we have to rent the bowling shoes. Is that the same everywhere else? I've always thought that was unfortunate. But I also don't bowl enough where I need to buy my own shoes. I mean, we have to pay for them, yeah. Like, we pay for the bowling, plus then, if we need shoe rental, have to pay for the shoe rental. I see. Everything sounds like a question. Yeah, we don't. At least where I live, we do not have that luxury, unfortunately. You gotta teach her your secret hidden British accent, Mike. I assume this is the victim's cell phone. That's right. Apparently Mr. Cameron gave his eyewitness testimony over the cell phone. What do you mean by over the cell phone? After Cameron found the president, it seems that he called his girlfriend, but she didn't answer the phone, so Cameron left a message on her answering machine. The tape is in the case files too. You want to hear it? Please. Hello, Jill? Are you asleep already? It's just the easiest voice to give him right now. I'm in front of the facility now, but something's not right. President Huang is here of all places, and what's more... Crap, the light just went off. I can barely see a thing now. I can't believe it. But it almost looks like he's being kidnapped. I thought I'd let you know. You know, just in case you want to forward that info to the police or something. What was that sound at the end? It seems he was attacked while he was still on the phone. Agent Lang, may I ask, what was the name of Mr. Cameron's beloved? Pretty sure I heard her name was Jill Crane. So, it was true. Did you say Jill? This was why she was seeking revenge for 12 long years.
But you know, it's no big deal. Just standard kidnapping. You know what? Actually, sorry. I'm sorry if you brought that up. My bad. Don't worry about it. I'll see you when I get home.
Yes, Tom brings up a good point. We talk about hearsay a lot being an issue, but when a person is dead and they give a recording, can fall under one of the exceptions. The many exceptions. It slips out if I'm angry talking to relatives. She says you forget how the letter R works sometimes. Wait, in what? That you, like, add it to, like, words that it shouldn't be added to? Oh, man. Look at that drawing. Like, wait, what? It's still a kind of evidence. Did you lose it? Did you lose it? Is that why you're over here? How can a company claim ownership over words? In what, a copyright sense or a trademark sense? Your brand can constructively own rights to words, but only in a limited capacity. In that, say, Take-Two, if you own a video game company that's, you know, it's being successful, everybody knows it, called Take-Two. If another video game company tried to open up and call themselves Take-Two, they would likely be committing trademark infringement because of what's called the principle of likelihood of confusion. If there is a likelihood of confusion, then that would be considered trademark. A substantial amount of trademark analysis is whether there would be confusion over the marks. And all the details and factors and context goes into that, including whether a mark is generic, descriptive, or unique. Are you talking about the Take-Two interactive thing? Is that a copyright infringement case, or is that a trademark infringement case? It's not a copyright case. It's a trademark case. That's what I thought. Hazelight abandons It Takes Two name after Take-Two trademark claim. Hazelight Hazellight Studios, the team behind A Way Out, and this year's It Takes Two has abandoned the trademark behind It Takes Two after Take-Two Interactive filed a trademark claim against it. It's been revealed. So they abandoned the trademark, but it sounds like they're still going to try to work out a deal with Take-Two in order to use the name. Oh no, Take-Two wasn't. I see. Okay. They're not going to change the name. So it was over the actual trademark itself that was being registered. And so Take-Two doesn't want something in the video game industry so similar to itself that would be protected, because that could cause problems. If they were really worried about creating another brand, they could rename it and then they could protect it, but I agree with this analysis here that probably wouldn't be worth it. Yeah, so just a quick little crash course in trademark here. One interesting thing about trademark law is that you don't protect very specific... When you register a trademark, you are registering that trademark under certain classes. Now, I don't know this for sure because I'd actually have to go look at the classes that are being claimed here, but I would guess that Take-Two Interactive and It Takes Two would be filed under the same class. And if that's the case, then then Take-Two would not want another so similar name to be allowed to be protected under trademark law, because the potential harm it could cause their trademark in that it could be confusing, and thus you're weakening your own trademark by not doing that, is problematic. And so they're not saying that the game is infringing on their trademark. The game can still use that name without it being infringing, but Take-Two doesn't want Hazellight to be able to protect the name It Takes Two. Like, they couldn't sue somebody else for use of It Takes Two within that class. Does that make sense? They wanted it more. No. Mobile Rocket League game? No, I don't. Yeah, I mean, to me it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. I say it makes perfect sense in the context that I know the ins and outs of trademark law, though. If I did not, then I might feel differently. But, like, the theory behind it is you are going to fuck yourself, because if too many people have a similar name to that in your area of, like, what you're creating product in, then how can any of yours be protected strongly? Because in theory, you're confusing everybody with the amount of different, names that everyone else has that involves taking two. That's the theory behind the strength of your own mark being weakened. It's 2D? Ugh. Sounds like you're taking the best part out of Rocket League. Traumatized Frog Condom LLC. Yeah, that would be unique. Something like that would be the strongest mark possible. The less the name has to do with what you're actually doing, the better it is in terms of the copyright or trademark strength. So if you created a game company called Traumatized Frog Condom LLC, it would be considered wholly unique because it has absolutely nothing to do with video game technology. Just like Apple is a very, very strong trademark in the technology industry because what the fuck does a fruit have to do with computers and other, you know, other shit like that? Yeah, Band-Aids, so that's something called when something is genericized, in that you originally had a trademark for it, but it lost its power over time because people use it, so they essentially use the word interchangeably with what it used to mean. So they call it, they're supposed to be bandages, and then the Band-Aid brand was released, but that brand became so popular that people use the word Band-Aid instead of bandages, and you're making the brand then generic. The same thing is happening to Google, because people, instead of saying I'm searching Google, they'll say they're Googling something regardless of what search engine they're using. They're genericizing the word Google. It's in the process of it happening. I don't know if Google might not even care at this point, but like, what happens then is if somebody wants to start capitalizing on the Google trademark with like the letters and the coloring and the stuff like that, Google might not have a case, because they'll be like, your trademark isn't worth shit anymore. Maybe. Again, maybe. There's a lot that goes into that. Just providing something that could possibly happen. Escalator, that's a good one. Xerox. There are still people that say I'm Xeroxing something instead of I'm copying it. But Xerox is the brand. Febreze, yeah. I don't think that's as strong of an example, but I know, like, I've probably said that. Like, I probably got some generic spray and I'm like, oh, I'll Febreze it. Even though it's not Febreze. It's like Kroger air freshen spray or some shit. Kleenex, yep. That I have right now. I don't call this tissue paper. I'm gonna go blow my nose with some tissue paper. I don't say that. Say I'm gonna go blow my nose with some Kleenex. Doesn't matter if it's actually Kleenex or not. I had not heard that, Mike, but that's very interesting. Dumpster, yep. That's a really good one. Because, Scarlett, sometimes your choices are either breathing in Febreze or breathing in a particularly nasty shit that you dropped. And let me tell you, when I'm given that scenario, I'm gonna choose the Febreze. Yeah, Xeroxing is kind of falling out of style compared to the other two. But people do still say it. Keep in mind, I work in a boomer-heavy profession. Even if they're not, people aren't boomers, we are very encouraged. The culture is very boomer encouraged, pro-boomer, in terms of how to do and say things, because the law profession is one of the slowest to evolve professions in existence. So you'll hear a lot of attorneys still say shit like, I'll Xerox it. And I'm like, okay. Kleenex. And the fact that people internationally are doing it too even weakens the brand further. Because if you could show that just a small amount of people do that, then you could probably still argue that its strength hasn't really been weakened. But if it's international and that shit's happening, you really would not have too much of a case. That's why you can find, like, here's the Kleenex brand, what it looks like. Like, you can find boxes that look just like this, but it doesn't say Kleenex. And Kleenex, like, their recourse would be to say, well, that's infringement. And the courts could be like, well, I'm sorry, but your mark is not, it doesn't mean anything anymore. It became so good of a brand and so commonly used that now we're going to punish you for it. I personally think that's fucked up. If we're talking about what doesn't make sense, like, it makes sense within the context of the law. I think it's fucked up, though. You did too good of a job at what you did. So now, because you did too good of a job, we can't very well deprive the world of this, right? We don't do that. But Coke is a very a famous one in the southern U.S. Instead of saying cola, referring to a soda as cola or pop or soda, they call everything a Coke. I'll have a Coke. What kind of Coke? What the fuck do you mean, what kind of Coke? If I say Coke, I mean want Coca-Cola. Or if you have Pepsi products, because you're fucking heathens. So you guys have a similar sort of situation with Pepsi. It's just that they'll say Coke even when they mean like Sprite. A food company's name is Mickey. Disney put a lawsuit, but since the name was registered, yeah. So a lot of these registration things are a matter of who did it first. If you did it first, somebody can't come after you and say, well, you can't use it anymore just because we're a bigger company. In fact, I would blame the attorneys there for not... They should have been able to find out how early... Well, maybe not. Because just the registry itself is not indicative of when it was first used. All registration does is... Well, okay, I don't want to make it seem like it's not a big deal, because it is. If you register a trademark, what happens is that you can sue for more money if there's infringement. The two basic things, the two primary things that happen. You can sue for more money because if you have an unregistered mark, you won't be able to sue for as much money because the theory behind that is, well, you didn't register it, so like, yeah, they infringed upon you, but how would they have known that you existed because you're not on an official registry? And there's a presumption of validity when it's registered. If there's no presumption of validity, then you have to prove that your mark is valid as opposed to the other party having to disprove the validity. So it's a big deal. But like, just because something isn't registered doesn't mean there isn't a trademark for it. Like, let's say Capcom never trademarked its Ace Attorney franchise. Just because they didn't register it, like the Ace Attorney franchise would still have a trademark to it. There would just be limitations when it comes to any lawsuits. I say ketchup. I honestly don't even know what ketchup is. Is it I've heard that before. Is it the same thing as ketchup, just a brand or something? Okay, yeah, she did lose it. I was wondering. All right, hey. There we go. Okay, she's good to go. Just a it's just... So again, we're talking about likelihood of confusion. If he's branding himself as Mario, just because his name's Mario doesn't mean he'd be allowed to brand himself as that. Because that could still be a branding problem with trademarks. However, because he works in the music industry, there's less of a likelihood of confusion than if he were to, say, make a video game based on himself, calling himself Mario. So it's not a slam dunk. I think that Nintendo would win if they were to sue him. It's all about likelihood of confusion. How likely is it that people are to confuse Mario the Singer with being a Nintendo entity? Jacuzzi's a really good one. Yeah. People still say hot tub, but I personally always say jacuzzi. You copyright characters. You trademark brands. Phoenix Wright might have a trademark, but that's not necessarily a foregone conclusion because the basic thing to do would be you trademark Ace Attorney and you copyright Phoenix Wright because Phoenix Wright is the character, not the brand. Ass 5 incidents. Some people go out of their way to do both, though. Superman's a good example of that because Superman isn't just the character. It's like an idea bigger than the character too, right? But that's not always the case, I guess is my main point. But Miss Crane tried to get revenge on Blaze, right? She may have wanted to get revenge on him for covering up the kidnapping case, or perhaps she thought Blaze himself was the kidnapper. Right. The point. Yes, that would be trademark because it's the logo. I call it the Ace Attorney logo though. It doesn't say anything about Phoenix Wright on the logo. It's just Phoenix Wright's silhouette. I love talking intellectual property. It's my favorite. It really is my favorite subject. I am both decorated and published in the area of intellectual property. You won't see me take great pride in a ton of things that I do, but that is one thing. That's one thing I take pride in. I know that's not a minority of the legal population would be able to say that. I'm guessing the Apollo Justice logo for sure. Yeah, no, I would think they would both be trademarked. Yeah, I would think they'd both be trademarked, the Edgeworth and the Apollo Justice logo. I did. I can send it to you if you want sometime, Tom. I've been cited. Google tells me how many times it's been cited. Gives you a warm feeling inside. In fact, somebody that my mom met, I think she was like a kid of her coworker or something like that, was like, wait, your son's who? Oh, I just cited his article and one that I'm writing. And I'm like, I rule the world! Not at all, obviously, but that's the kind of feeling you get from that. I can only give it to people that know my name, though. Because otherwise, everyone would know my name. And if I wanted that to be the case, I would just call myself by my full name. I hope nobody calls it carbonated drink. That's just the most boring... Ugh. How devoid of personality do you have to be to say, I'll have a carbonated beverage?
The yellow flowers fallen here. In the language of flowers, it means a stolen treasure. Okay, please stop making things up. Still, this flower seems to be of a different variety from the ones growing nearby. Well then, why is it in a place like this? This bothers me a little. We should examine the flower bed itself after this. I knew it! Someone must have stolen this from somewhere and brought it here. Okay. And in the language of flowers, this means an angry prosecutor.
I like that. Yeah, exactly. I would think you're a psycho. like this person's definitely a serial killer that I'm giving food to right now. I should probably take their license plate down in case that description of that car ever comes up. I mean, yes and no. It's positive because if your decisions get like no judge or hearing, no arbiter of any type wants their judgments to be appealed. But if they do get appealed, there's nothing more satisfying than the people who are looking at the appeal and going, they were right. And you're like, yes. Yes, I was. The difference is that they're like inspecting your thing like exactly right, specifically, as opposed to like just randomly searching the topic. If you were quoted in a set appeal that had nothing to do with your case, that's when you've hit the big time. Not rid of Osmondius, no. Soon, though. Soon. Yours are much likely to create case law than mine ever will. You're on that trajectory. I am not. You live in Illinois, don't you, Lugia? Don't you guys call it pop? Apparently, southeastern Wisconsin is the only place in Wisconsin that calls it soda. Everywhere else calls it either pop or soda pop, and I'm like, that's dumb. You can call it pop because it makes a popping noise. That's ridiculous. Good. I'm glad. There are very few things that I'm very pretentious about in terms of like regional variations of how something is termed. Soda's one of them. because pop is just it just sounds like you sound like a 2-year-old when you say it. Coffee factors? And oh, that's cool. That's awesome. Do you think there will be a likelihood of... Well, you don't have a trademark on your name. Just because you're named something doesn't mean you have a trademark on that. You have a brand of yourself that you present? Your brand is Mike the EL Gamer, not Michael. So you'd have to then think, is there a likelihood of confusion? See, it's odd when there's two... To me, it's odd when there's two different pronunciations in the same state. But it happens. JB, the people that say carbonated beverage in your life are all psychos. I'd rather somebody say pop than carbonated beverage. That's kind of true. You have what's called a right of publicity that you can assert. Callie, enlightened state. Fizzy. Okay, well that's adorable. Fizzy water. You can find bricks like this all over the garden. It must have used one of them as a weapon. Blood is so vivid. According to the autopsy report, it seems the immediate cause of death was blood loss from the blow to the head. I'm gonna be honest, I thought Philly was bigger than Pittsburgh. As they say, you learn something every day. I would not like rum and a carbonated beverage. I would like a rum and a Coca-Cola. Or some sort of cola if I'm in an area of plebs. That's cool too, because that's like Florida's fucking... It's not even a regional thing then. We're talking about cross country. I know people that have called it the clicker. That's one that I don't tend to like. I don't call it a clicker, but I don't jump down people's throats about it. Maybe I should, because it is the same. To be consistent, because it is the same principle as calling soda pop. But for whatever reason, that one doesn't bother me as much. Indeed, not only did it spill out from the wound, but it splattered around the surrounding area. No one could have survived after losing this much blood. That's what I call it too, a remote. Some people call it remote control. Are you fucking serious? I gave you a whole goddamn bone.
Hey, Lynch. Sorry, my dog is taking over the stream, apparently. I'm gonna have to kick you out. I really don't want to do that, because I know you're gonna feel lonely. But I need to get this done. I'd like for you to just lay down if you're still in the room with me, but I can't. I gave you attention all day. Well, before I took a nap, at least. She is not tiny. Probably be a little easier to deal with if she were tiny. In Chicago, it's called the L, I think. Subway is only for New York, right? Like, that was something I learned later in life, that it wasn't just like a generic term. Probably! If this was her channel, I'd probably be at 1 million subscribers already. What'd you miss? My dog constantly trying to get on camera. Okay. Confuzzled. I say confuzzled sometimes. Unfortunately, I don't keep tranquilizer darts on me. Maybe I should. I guess it's safe to say that the autopsy report matches the state of affairs. Jack Cameron was a freelance journalist. He was killed because he witnessed the president's kidnapping. Oh, I don't disagree. Puppies are pure, innocent, wonderful. I am not. He was killed because he witnessed the president's kidnapping. The blood really stands out in the recreation. It's giving me the heebie-jeebies. Even in the original photo, it looks brutal enough. A lot of blood was spilled. The back of his head is covered in blood. It must have been where all the blood spilled from. According to the autopsy report, he was struck in the back of the head with a brick. Indeed, it's likely that the killer approached Mr. Cameron from behind. Is the victim holding something in his right hand? That's also written in the case files. It seems like he was holding onto a button. A button? Did he tear it off the culprit's clothes? The victim was carrying a camera. Oh, according to the case files, it seems he only managed to take a single photo. Here it is. This is really odd how they only ever get the back of the criminal. Always the front of the victim. They do, Mike, but I'm not looking for like a permanent solution. Is that the president? He's being held at gunpoint. This must be the scene the victim witnessed. Okay, given that that was the scene of the crime, first of all, he should not have called Jill first. Second of all, his description was a really casual relative to the fucking scene of the... I think he's being kidnapped. I'm not really sure, but I gotta go. Honey, the president's being held at fucking gunpoint. Call for help. I'm at the orphanage.
Also, yes, if I use the bullet instead of the tranquilizer gun, not only would my wife kill me, but also the internet all at the same time. For good reason. The only way for that to have happened is if he had the flash on, and no fucking wonder he got caught if he had the flash on. Maybe not. Perhaps the lighting was good enough based on where he took it from. That snowman. The monster. But he still probably sees the scene. He's looking through it. The lens. I am predisposed to fix everything with duct tape. That is true. It's just she has a lot of hair. And I know what happens if I put duct tape on areas with hair. And then rip it off. It doesn't feel good. It's... How do you know these things, Twain? Drinking games. Create some interesting situations. Including a super bald patch on my arm.
So the person in the coat must have been the kidnapper. Indeed, it seems like some sort of disguise.
Is it even a disguise? It's just a fucking trench coat and a hat.
If the logic of Agent Lang's father is correct, then this person should be Patricia Rowland. But why is there only one photo? Perhaps he was killed before he could take any more?
Oh, so that I can continue streaming. She's relaxed a little bit now, though.
It'll be a matter of time. Or she jumps back onto me, though. So nothing. 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 I think that's everything here. Cell phone, body, camera, blood, brick, flower. I said let's examine the flower bed. A flower bed? According to the data, the faculty has... The faculty. According to the data, this facility has 3... According to the data, this facility had 3 gardens. And each one of these gardens contained 3 flower beds.
Mike. Very painful.
The way these flower beds are lined up. Have I seen this arrangement somewhere before? This was during the winter. There were no flowers in bloom. What a shame. What's that? This yellow flower? Huh? Why is there a single flower here? That is a lion lily. It's a very rare type of lily. Did you say lion lily? That's the flower Miss Courtney gave to the president. What's it doing here? Could it be just a coincidence? If I recall, the lion lily originates from Asia. That's very vague. In the language of flowers, it means the bond between parent and child. I never knew you were so familiar with flowers. That much is common sense. You're simply lacking in your studies, Miles Edgeworth.
Didn't we learn in 1.5 in I-1.5 that she had some background in flowers?
They get stuck inside. Yeah, because they moved up. Ah!
Oh, God. She knows how adorable we find it when a dog simply puts their head onto something. Exactly. Women are far more intelligent to do something like that. We're idiots. We don't want to have somebody else do it. We trust ourselves because we're idiots. What, my dog? She just turned 6 last month. Or October, I guess. Last month was technically November. What is wrong with you? I mean, yeah, you're normally very affectionate, but not this late at night. You must be anxious because they're... Petting the dog is a side quest. We could create a fetch quest too. Big brain. Don't smile at me. You didn't get that joke. I'm sure she does.
This door! I remember seeing it from somewhere. Of course you would. Looks exactly like the Grand Tower door we saw earlier. But this is the recreation from 12 years ago. That means this door has been here since then. It seems when the Grand Tower was built, they decided to reuse the door rather than destroy it. That's actually kind of impressive. It's like the old saying goes, discover something new by heating up something old. Oh, it seems she's understood the correct meaning of a saying for once. But if you're using a microwave to do it, don't heat it for over 5 minutes. Well, that just ruined everything. This bear-shaped igloo is cute and scary at the same time. I hereby declare this a bear glue. Looks as though the igloo could fit 3 people inside. 3 small people. Yeah, I bet you could live up to 3 years in this bear glue. 3 years? What about the summertime? The igloo would melt. Mr. Edward, say that again. Say that one more time. The igloo would melt. These playground toys are modeled after a hare and a tortoise, like from the fable. The tortoise and the hare competed in a race, and in the end, the hare lost. And now for something completely different. It's time for a K quiz. Why did the hare lose? There are 3 choices. I already know the answer. It's because the hare took a nap. 1. The hare's favorite shoes were stolen by the Yatagarasu. 2. The tortoise trained with the Yatagarasu until it became faster than the hare. 3. Unbeknownst to the 2 animals, the Yatagarasu stole victory from the shadows. Oh god. That is true. You have gotten 100% Xenoblade Chronicles because you're a madman. It would, Tara. It would. For a Cyclop Kuma. Those are my only choices? Is it too hard for you? Okay, I'll give you a hint. It starts with a th. She wants me to pick number 3. It starts with a throw. This has mostly melted, but it appears to be a snowman? It has a scarf and a hat. It must have melted since it was dressed so warmly. Poor thing has even lost one of the buttons that was used for its eyes. Dude snatched the button off a snowman. What a fucking prick. The temperature reaches its lowest point at dawn. Perhaps it would have refrozen later. Heh, not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Once a snowman melts, even if it freezes up again, it becomes an iceman instead of a snowman. Ugh. What? Is that what she was expecting me to say? It's just a puddle man. Water man. No, it's just a puddle then. It can no longer be considered a man. What is a man? I mean, according to Dracula, it's a miserable pile of bones. So no snowman can be considered a man. It's a... Isn't that kind of weird? He has bones. Is he just not miserable? Is that the difference between Dracula and a man? It's a swing decorated with the face of an elephant. Looks like there's some kind of motor. It looks like there's some kind of motor attached to the other side of the elephant. There's one thought that has crossed the minds of every top-class swinger. As someone in his 30s now, I have a much different understanding of that term that comes to mind first. Oh, he said miserable pile of secrets? Oh, it could be, the snowman could then. They could have a miserable pile of secrets. It's true.
Have at you.
If only I could do a full 360. With that powerful motor rotating the swing, that dream can finally be achieved. Rotating with the motor. But wouldn't that be dangerous? Mr. Edgeworth, you can't fulfill your dreams unless you're willing to take some risks. Is that the real problem here? Okay, so I'm guessing we need to talk to some... Oh. This pillar appears to be burnt. According to the files, it seems there was a fire on the evening of the incident. A fire? Let's see here. Huh? It says that one of the children at the orphanage spilled kerosene and set it on fire as a prank. It was just a prank, bro! I guess that kid had far too much energy. And thanks to that, we can't make out any of the footprints near the main hall. Okay. Do I have to go around and talk to fucking everybody? Okay. Done with that. Please, ask me anything you wish. This is still a banger, but suddenly it doesn't feel appropriate for her. You have my heartfelt thanks for bringing John back. Oh, even the thought of him not coming back makes me... Hey, old man, don't bully my mom! That came on suddenly. Ask her for her measurements in front of her kid? No, that wasn't my intention. Whoa, look at him go! Mommy's little knight in shiny armor. He's so cool. It's not like that. Quit blabbering stupid stuff about me. John, please wait. May I proceed, Mr. Edgeworth? My actions were unbecoming of one who calls herself a servant of the goddess of law. I won't ask for forgiveness. However, Judge Courtney, I am not as well acquainted with the goddess of law as you are. However, isn't that goddess also a mother of other gods? Hey, knock that off. No! She literally has to jump on my chair to do that. And her being all up in my face is really fucking my nose up. Have you been, like, planning this? This will be my appearance. My true appearance. Because you can't see anything? Is that the issue? You're getting anxious because you need a haircut on your face? The problem is I'm sick because of her. That's the problem. Vicious cycle. I get sick because of her. She gets worried because I'm sick, so she comes up to me and checks on me, and I get even sicker because she's closer to me. Alright, I need to do something about this. I don't want to kick you out. I'm going to try one more thing so that I don't have to kick you out. I know you'll just be lonely then. Oh, I know. I know she doesn't know that she's making me sick. She's just trying to be a good doggo, and that's why I hold no ill will towards her for that. It's not her fault. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Okay? I'm gonna take you outside, and then hopefully maybe it's just that you need to shit really bad and you haven't been able to. Maybe you're kind of constipated or something. Maybe we'll be able to go and you'll be able to do it this time. And then you'll, like, it'll be one of those shits that, like, you take it and then you're like, oh, I'm ready for bed now. Because it was so satisfying. So we're gonna hope for that. Yeah, I'm allergic to dogs. And this is a hypoallergenic dog. Fact is, there is no such thing as a purely hypoallergenic dog. There are just dogs that I could live with and dogs I cannot live with. I can live with her, take a bunch of medication, and be okay. Right, a short-haired dog, though? That would be problematic. My ex-girlfriend had a short-haired dog, and whenever I'd stay at her place, my lungs would become like super scratchy and a lot of wheezing. Those are nice shits. Gives me a stuffy nose. It like skin will get inflamed if she licks me. That I don't understand. What is your deal? Normally you're not this pushy. Yep, my nose is gonna get swollen now. Thanks for that. Fine, everybody wants to see you. There you go. Oh, now you're done, huh? Oh. What are you pawing me for? I don't know. I really don't know what's going on.
to go wash my arm, otherwise it's gonna turn red and puff up. Maybe she's saying you need a shower. I don't really do anything today. I shouldn't be smelly. Hey. Hey, you can stop that. I'm fine. I'm fine. Okay. Okay. Say hi. No. Oh! Ah! Say hi. Look at it. Look at it. I'm allergic to humans. All right, this is our last chance.
The law makes exceptions for extenuating circumstances. It understands a mother's heart. I'd say perhaps Morgana sympathizes with you more than you think.
Mr. Edgeworth, I don't get it. What the heck are you two blabbering about?
It's okay, John. I don't have a clue either. That was a nice interaction. They look like a dry scrotum. It seems like the dust has settled on day one of Patricia Rowland's trial.
Yes, while a decision has yet to be reached, I would say a guilty verdict is quite likely. I'm sure a thorough investigation into her connection with Blaze will be conducted as well. After seeing Sebastian today, I know we can put our faith in him.
Just like Kay, Sebastian is also in the midst of training for the future ahead. I see. When you say it like that, I guess we have more in common than I thought. I said a few mean things to him, so the next time we meet, I'd like to apologize to him.
I'm sure you will get your opportunity, but for now...
Yes, at present, solving this case is our top priority. Oh, actually... Wait, do the flower beds have bricks around them? Where did he get the brick from? Or the killer get the brick from? Yeah, I didn't think so. Because there's no missing brick there. You would think they would put a like a hole there if they got it from a specific place around the flower bread. Perhaps this is the true nature of the monster's footprints. True nature? Compare the positions of the 3 footprints and the 3 flower beds on the left. Ah! The exposed areas of dirt match the areas where the flower beds were. So Blaze dug holes in front of where each of the 3 flower beds used to be. Exactly. Now, why would he do such a thing? I believe we have a piece of evidence that tells us why. Why did Blaze dig the hole in the ground? Why did Blaze dig holes in the ground near the flower beds? I don't know. The lion lilies?
Take that!
No. What is it? I'm honestly not sure. Holes in the ground. The brick? No. Not that.
Take that!
The fuck is it? I honestly have no idea. What would this have to...
Take that!
I should probably save state at this point.
Take that!
What is it?
Take that!
No.
Take that!
I have no idea. What would be... Where... a bed of flowers?
Take that! Take that!
Fuck it. I've already spent too much time doing nothing today. So it's not any of the new evidence. Bug recorder.
Oh!
Take that!
Literally says right in the report. Just completely forgot what was part of that report.
The report from Patricia Rowland to Blaze the Best. It said that something was laid to rest in front of the flower bed. So Blaze was following Miss Rowland's instruction to dig it up? But why would he dig up 3 holes? The report didn't state which of the 3 flower beds the item was in front of. Oh, so DeBest didn't know exactly where to dig. That's why he had to dig up all 3 spots. Most likely, yes. I'm sure Blaze himself was none too happy about that. He went through all that trouble. I wonder what he was trying to dig up. Yeah, no, they had the brick. It's right there. It's not like that would have been, because otherwise it wouldn't be here if they tried to hide it. Okay, so we don't have. Okay, Ray has nothing worthwhile to say because he doesn't even get a close-up.
Who was trying to cover for Ray a few streams ago? They were like, oh, it's just a platonic hug. It's just a platonic hug. Good job, Kay. You tell him. You think that's what he was saying? K-Ray's platonic love? Really? Yeah, I just think he doesn't realize how inappropriate his jokes are. Yeah, being platonic love ain't gonna hold up in a court of law, so. Yeah, she should have an objection for that. Objection! Okay, here we go. Close up.
3 flower beds and snow.
Agent Lang, what's the matter?
Something strange. I wasn't able to read the SS5 incident case files until now.
Since Blaze had all access to that information restricted.
Yeah, that's right. And yet, I feel like I've seen this exact scene somewhere before.
What do you mean?
Where did I see this? If I could just remember.
He looks deep in thought. I should leave him alone for a while. Okay. We've learned pretty much all that we can about the situation at the time of the murder. God. Oh, in that case, is there another scene you'd like to recreate? Yes. Would you do the honors? I would like you to recreate the scene when the victim witnessed the president's kidnapping. The green part is essentially 12 years ago.
A recreation of it, not actually time travel. Which, yeah, I think we all know that he's, like, joking, but, like, I think we can all agree now that he takes it, he's a bit much with it. Just a bit much. Right, I'll recreate the scene based on Mr. Cameron's photo. Mr. Cameron is standing in the middle of the flower beds. There's blood there already. I know it's you can say. We did it. The fuck kind of gun is that? A ray gun? I think it's supposed to be a revolver, but the thing looks like a plastic piece of trash. And the president and his kidnapper are standing on the road.
My old man based his initial investigation on this man's eyewitness testimony. As a result, it led him to believe that the kidnapping and this facility were related.
And that's how he came to suspect the head of the orphanage, Patricia Rowland.
She went from head of an orphanage to a warden? No wonder, though. A, nice touch. Didn't she refer to everyone as her children or whatever? Or they're like a family? That's a really nice little touch. This game I would say probably has the most like intricately woven like details about characters that not if you don't notice them, it's not like game breaking, but if you do notice them, you're like, oh, that's awesome. Out of all the games we played so far.
But in court, Blaze the Best treated his testimony as if it meant nothing.
Why would he do that?
The president and his kidnapper were not standing inside the orphanage grounds, so a connection between the orphanage and the kidnapping was difficult to prove.
I see. It's not like they were seen inside the orphanage after all.
No matter how much evidence the detectives gather at the crime scene, it doesn't mean squat if the prosecutor won't use it in court. Blaze the Best had some kind of connection with Patricia Rowland. I figured they had some kind of deal going on.
In other words, you think that Blaze is one of the kidnappers? However, your father was convinced that Patricia Rowland was the culprit. Your father was a highly capable investigator, I presume. Might he have had some other basis for his conclusion besides the eyewitness testimony?
Yeah, I figured he did, but I have no idea what it was. My old man never really talked much about this case.
Agent Lung's father, Dai Lung Lang. President Huang's most trusted confidant. The truth he discovered was suppressed by Blaze the Best. First, we must find that hidden truth.
Alright, let's go look at this ray gun. Shooting him with a fucking Nerf.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny!
Is this a Nerf gun in his hand?
It's the president's kidnapper. Let's try drawing out whatever we can from their appearance. Right, I got it. Their appearance. First things first, the kidnapper threatened the president with a gun. Look at how they're holding the gun. It's like they're trying to show it off. Totally not cool. Unfortunately, we cannot see the person's face because it's hidden by their coat and hat. And look at that pop collar. It's like they're trying to be a douchebag. Totally not cool. Their body seems relaxed, suggesting that they had a composed mental state.
I say that as somebody who also enjoys a pop collar on a coat. I'm a dick when I do that.
They even have one hand stuffed in their pocket. Totally not cool at all. Okay, I'm sorry, but that's stuff I've drawn out from their appearance. That may be true, but just left it at that. About this snowman. When we recreated the scene where Mr. Cameron was killed, it had already melted. Its scarf was all soggy and one of its button eyes was missing. Indeed, at this stage it appears that most of its original form was still intact. Although there's one spot that looks unnaturally lacking. Poor thing, I bet some naughty kid must have plucked it off. Although from a thief's perspective, that kid does have some promise. Was it plucked off by one of the children at the orphanage? No, perhaps. It was taken by an entirely different person altogether. I can deduce! Nope, that's fuck. The snowman, wouldn't you say it's missing something? Ah, its right eye is missing! Precisely, and what's more, that missing eye happens to be in our possession. Wait, like, physically in our possession? Didn't we just recreate it? Is that like a, can I go in the bathroom? I don't know. Can you go to the bathroom? I mean, that's going against all of my Genshin work right now in which we're building snowmen. It's delightful. He didn't take the button though. The camera did. I mean, he was killed for the retaliation for the button. The button that Mr. Cameron was holding on to. It's got the exact same design as the snowman's left eye. We assume this button was indeed the snowman's eye. A huge contradiction arises. If this button is the snowman's eye, what contradiction arises? The victim was holding onto the button. Furthermore, the button was stained with blood. In other words, he grabbed the button after he was attacked. For example, if we were to picture it in this way. After being struck in the back of the head, Mr. Cameron lost his balance. As he was falling, he reached out his hand towards the nearby snowman. However, could not support his weight, as it's made out of snow, and he collapsed while still grasping the button. That means Mr. Cameron was near the snowman when he was attacked. Attacked? Indeed, at the very least, he must have been within arm's reach. However, it's quite clear that he would not have been able to reach it from his current position. But Mr. Cameron's footprints only leads towards the flower bed. Can we be certain that those footprints really are Mr. Cameron's? It seems we'll need to investigate them one more time. Understood. I'll recreate the time the body was discovered scene one more time. A body has been discovered! Oh, yeah, I clicked I tried to move it over because I was like, I gotta be very careful as to the area that but it's still a little more forgiving than the actual Ace Attorney games. I mean, like, Ace Attorney games. Especially Justice for All. These footprints should match up with Mr. Cameron's shoes, right? Let's inspect them again. These footprints, are they really Mr. Cameron's? They're from size 11 shoes, and these huge footprints match up with Mr. Cameron's shoes. No matter how you look at it, they're moving steadily towards the center of the flower beds. But when Mr. Cameron was attacked, he grabbed the button from the snowman. Even with the Great Thief's peak human conditioning, your arm just can't stretch that far. Let alone ordinary civilian. Hey, new name for a person, a stranger. You're a civilian. Let alone an ordinary civilian, it'd be completely impossible. Yes, Mike. Yes, they did. This is a Capcom game after all. Justice for All is the second game in the main series. There was a particular scene where you had to click behind this screen, and if I'm remembering correctly, I clicked behind maybe a centimeter away from where I clicked later, and the first one was wrong, but the second one was fine. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Because I was like, oh, I must be wrong. It's not this area. So I ignored that area for another 30 minutes. The footprints come from the shoes worn by the victim, just as the case files say. However, does that mean Mr. Cameron was the owner of these shoes? We should re-examine Mr. Cameron's shoes. Let me see her shoes. These shoes should match the footprints, however. These shoes. It seems like they were not the shoes originally worn by the victim. What do you mean? You look closely, you'll see the laces were tied up strangely. And the size doesn't seem to quite right. And the size doesn't seem to fit quite right either. Maybe he just tied his shoes like an idiot. Maybe he liked buying shoes that are a little too big for him, so that he could grow into them eventually. You know, like all 30-plus-year-old men do. We're gonna grow into them eventually. One piece of advice to my past self isn't gonna change anything about me. Work really hard at math, maybe? That's the best thing I can think of. So I could have been in a math profession? Engineer or something? It's just too many things happen in a person's life for one thing to be super useful. Because believe in yourself. I can tell my past self that, and my past self will still be like, no. Doesn't change my level of confidence. Like the true legend you are, Mike. Yeah, it'd probably be something like, focus on math. Because getting a profession in the mathematical area is going to be a lot more stable and less stressful. But that's not advice, right? When somebody says a piece of advice, I don't think oh yeah, give them winning lottery numbers. That's just a fact, as opposed to advice. Later, easy. Believe in the heart of the cards. And then I'm like, what? And then 2001 comes along and suddenly Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a thing. And I'm like,
Okay, there is actually one thing that I can think of that I would tell myself. That's like, because I'm streaming right now, it's at the forefront of my mind. I would have told myself, once YouTube becomes a thing, start making content immediately. Don't wait 13 years or 11 years after it first becomes a thing to finally put some stuff on it. Yeah, you can tell them to buy stocks. I suppose that is advice. Buy WinRAR. Oh, Switcher! With the full colored shield. What's up, dude? Dude, I really did fall asleep to your stream. I slept for like 4 or 5 hours. That's why I started so late. Buy WinRAR, trust me. Would there be a more useless piece of advice than that? Here's how you can burn $40.
And the size doesn't seem to fit quite right either. That would mean these huge footprints leading up to the victim's feet were most likely made by someone other than the victim. So then the footprints leading to and from the victim's head must be Mr. Cameron's. No, not necessarily. They seem a little too small to be the victim's footprints. So none of the footprints are his? Then which way did Mr. Cameron walk from? It's quite simple. The victim did not walk here on his own accord, but rather he was carried here after he was murdered by the culprit.
He did buy WinRAR for the memes. That's pretty funny. You mean it went downhill after that 28-8 game? So .rar was a common. I mean, it's still kind of used, but it was a common extension for zipped, like compressed files. Not .zip, but compressed files, and you could use WinRAR to decompress everything that was in the compressed file. And they'd always say, everybody would get it, but they'd always say, your trial has ended. Please buy WinRAR. And everybody would just go close, and they could still use it anyways. You could still do that. You play with those douches anymore? I'm surprised he got something. Mike, you would make it more difficult on yourself. I could help myself by going fast, or I could fuck myself's head up even more than it already is. I still randomly use WinRAR for some things, where it like gets kind of wonky. But that doesn't happen very often at all. Well, you're fucking trash, bro. Yeah, it sounds just like a stereotypical personality-less COD player. He installed it into computers that no longer had WinRAR support. Oh, God.
The question now becomes, where was he killed and carried from? Perhaps it was near the snowman after all? Mr. Cameron's body was moved. If we consider the button he was holding on to, it's highly likely that he was killed near the snowman. I should take a closer look. Nook and cranny! Oh, he has a sad face now. The snowman's become a sad sight to look at. Yeah. He knows it too. It can't be helped. Snow and ice both melt away with time. Just like the mysteries of the cases you've solved, Mr. Edgeworth. As time passes, those mysteries melt away while you continue to keep your cool. You do realize I'm racking my brain trying to solve those mysteries during a case. There's some size 7 footprints going back and forth. According to the police files, these are the culprit's footprints. Indeed. They seem to grow faint and disappear as they approach the roof. The road. Road, not the roof. There's not much snow left on the road after all. And as expected, it'll be difficult to determine whose these footprints belong to. I'm assuming those are Patricia's and the other ones are Blaze's shoes. XSplit. Oh, isn't XSplit like the original OBS or something? I don't think I never used it. Why is it a joke? Because nobody ever actually paid for it. If they just let you continue renewing your free trial. It appears that the outside of the facility was also decorated with flower beds. Wow, so there are flowers that bloom in the winter. Snow has even piled up on the flower bed. Indeed, it seems a little cold and it gives off a refined taste, even though it's just a recreation. Indeed, it gives off a little cold and tastes quite refined, even though it's just a recreation. Huh? There's a brick missing here. The rest are all in order. It's strange that only this one is missing, is it? No, why? Is XSplit open source though? I like that OBS is open source. Leads to a lot more customizability. Perhaps the missing brick was the one used as the murder weapon. Ah, yeah, it seems to be just the right size to fit in that gap perfectly. I wouldn't use I have Adobe Premiere. That's going to be better than any editing software that XSplit can give me. I mean, I guess that's nice for that price, though. Just not something I would use personally. As I thought, it seems the murder actually occurred near the snowman. Both the button Mr. Cameron was holding and the murder weapon came from there. Indeed. Also, if we assume that the killer picked up the brick near the snowman, and then tried to sneak up behind Mr. Cameron. Oh, Mr. Cameron totally would see the person picking up the brick! Exactly. Okay, please update the recreation. Mr. Cameron was not in the middle of the flower beds, but near the snowman. Okay, I'm on it. There's a lot of shit going on here. No matter how you look at it, this is No matter how you look at it, this is strange. All the people involved in the case are gathered in the same place. Did we make a mistake here or something? Igor Pavlov and 7-Zip, Big Bong, just trying to meme everything together, aren't you? One piece of evidence this recreation is based on is odd. I had to choose which piece of evidence is fake. Which piece of evidence is likely to be fake? Picture it.
Take that!
Was this photo really taken by Mr. Cameron? Oh, what do you mean? We have proven that whoever killed Mr. Cameron also moved the body. For what reason would they have to deliberately move his body? Perhaps the culprit wanted to falsify the scene that Mr. Cameron witnessed. And that's why they took a fake photo? They made the president stand under the streetlight and took a photo with Cameron's camera. It would have been quite simple. Now that you mention it, Mr. Cameron's camera only had one photo on it, right? Indeed. In all likelihood, the original roll of film had been removed from the camera. I'm sure it's not Switcher. And after loading a new roll of film into the camera, the fake photo was taken. I see! So, this photo must have been taken after Mr. Cameron was killed, right? Exactly. This was not the scene Mr. Cameron actually witnessed. It's likely that this photo is forged evidence. Then when did Mr. Cameron witness the president as kidnapper? The photo isn't the only piece of evidence that indicates what Mr. Cameron witnessed. Ah, the testimony left on the answering machine! Precisely. We should listen to the recording one more time and confirm what was said. Oh, wait. Wait, no, I want to listen to the thing! They told me to listen to it one more time. Why aren't we listening to it? Oh, this is annoying. Well, I can take one more L, I guess. They were in here. But, like, where specifically?
Take that!
They were over there, so what's the basis for that claim? Do I really need a basis for my claim? Yeah, let me fucking listen to the thing again. They're like, we need to listen to it again. Now, where was it? You don't have a chance to listen to it. Like, fuck you, game. Jeez. Okay. I'm in front of the facility now. Something's not right. The light just went off. I can barely see a thing now. The light just went off. I can barely see a thing now. He's in front of the facility. It's inside the walls, but where specifically? Yeah, why don't they let you pick the... That's so annoying. They give it to you up until he's done making that statement? Or asking that question? See, that's the thing. They wouldn't let me listen to the thing. Okay, the light went off, so he was here. It looks like they're kidnapping President. Hold on, so he's looking from here.
Take that!
They were over there? So what's the basis for that claim? I thought those were footprints. I can't tell what those are. Are they over by the fire area?
Take that!
Mr. Cameron said this on the answering machine. The light just went off. I can barely see a thing now. There are only 2 places here that the lights are broken. The light by the orphanage. Okay, could you please update the recreation? Roger.
This is so the kidnapper was near the orphanage?
Indeed. With this, we've shown the connection between the orphanage and the kidnapping.
So that's why they moved the body and took a fake photo to create false testimony, in order to remove any suspicion towards the orphanage in court.
With this, the state of the recreation has changed completely. The time the body was discovered, too, has probably been greatly impacted as a result. Then, let's check it out right away! Preparations are ready! Since the state of the recreation has changed once again, I should press the Y button and select Change Recreation. Let's give it a try. I've recreated the scene. What do we have? Okay, we still need to figure out. Originally, Mr. Cameron's body was here. In order to be consistent with the fake photo, he was moved to the center of the flower beds. Then the footprints going back and forth from the body, could they be? Indeed, there's only one possibility at the moment. These footprints were probably left when the body was moved to the flower beds. Nook and cranny! I didn't mean to do that. Damn it. The blood splatter above the snow, there certainly was a substantial amount. It's almost as if the murder was actually committed here. But Mr. Cameron should have been attacked near the snowman. Exactly. In that case, this blood must belong to someone else. What? But the police report said this was Mr. Cameron's blood. The one in charge of this case is Blaze the Best. It would have been simple for him to falsify that information. But wouldn't it be faster to just clean up the bloodstains rather than falsify the information? He wouldn't be able to do that. Think about it. Blaze knew that Mr. Cameron's body would be discovered here. In which case, the forensic department would naturally become involved. Aluminal reaction! They would have discovered it with the power of science! Precisely, it would have been difficult to completely erase all traces of the blood. However, falsifying the results of a blood test would be much easier in comparison. You would just have to switch the results from the forensic reports. Oh, what a bummer! Knowing these documents I read were falsified. It looks like Mr. Cameron's clothes were completely soaked in blood. Could the autopsy report have been, cause he had something on the old lady, right? Well, old. She was 60, but looked like she was 160. If the blood scattered here got onto Cameron's clothes, that would mean at the time the bloodstains here had not dried yet. I see, so then this someone's blood was splattered here just a short while before Mr. Cameron was murdered. Indeed, that's exactly right. Yeah, right? We made a joke about it, but it's like, oh no, there's actually an updated one, or at least a real one compared to this fake one.
She aged from guilt? Yeah, really. Like, significantly. Yo, what's up, Maxim? Welcome back. I am here! Indeed, that's exactly right. However, if that's the case, wouldn't a new contradiction arise in this recreation? The yellow flowers found from it is called a lion lily. Indeed, Francisca told us earlier, apparently it comes from Asia. Yep, in the language of flowers, I think it means the bond between partners in crime. It's the bond between parent and child. They could be partners in crime. Alright, so there's something to deduce here. But what? What is there to deduce? This is a clear contradiction. Huh? You mean this bloodstain? Do you see how this bloodstain is broken up by the remains of the fire? This is proof that the fire occurred after the blood had scattered around the area. Huh? But I thought the fire occurred before the murder. Yeah, they don't just like cut it off like that. Doesn't happen with bloodstains. Unless there's something there. Huh? But I thought the fire occurred before the murder. What was she so guilty about? We don't know. But she mentioned something about having covered for him or hiding something for too long or something like that in the prior case. They had some working relationship before, and she had forged the or she had actually, it was her granddaughter that forged the autopsy report before. It seems that information is suspect as well. If the fire had broken out after the murder, then the child who started the fire should have seen the body and the bloodstains. Why then did they not come forward as a witness? It's likely that would have put Blaze at a great disadvantage.
Guess we'll need to investigate this fire in more detail.
Hey, you! Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There should be some records of the fire in the police department under a different case file. You want to bring me every last investigation? I want you to bring me every last investigation report about the fire.
Understood, Shifu.
Oh, and one more thing.
What is it, sir?
Contact the House of Lang in Shengfa. There should be evidence from this case in my old man's room.
What do you mean?
I just remembered. Why, I recognize this scene. A long time ago, I saw a picture in my old man's room. It was a drawing resembling this scene.
What'd you say?
However, I think it looked like something a child drew.
A child? Then the artist may have been the culprit behind the fire.
It should still be somewhere in my old man's room. Have them send it over here.
Understood, sir. She forged the autopsy report. It's her granddaughter, wasn't it? Okay, yeah, helped him cover. Okay, gotcha. Where do we have to go now? Fire?
After the SS-5 incident, the president completely changed. Well, he He must have felt like his trust had been betrayed. I guess it's only natural. He cut off all ties with the Lang clan, putting an end to our deep bond of trust. My old man wanted to at least apologize in some way. So he tried to go see the president more times than I can count.
Dude, I'm still convinced that they body switched him.
So I got some almond cookies. I got some Chinese food today, and I got something, they were called almond cookies. They're not almond cookies. More like shortbread. They're still good. I don't know what I was expecting. I don't know if they're a specific brand. They came in this. They're almond cookies because you're supposed to eat them with almonds. There you go. That's on me. That's on me then.
Of course, the president refused to meet with him. Wouldn't even give him the time of day. I don't know if it was from the bodyguards. There were times he'd come back all beaten up. I mean, standing around talking about the past doesn't do jack, does it?
I shall be the judge of that. For now, just keep telling us what you know.
They're still as tactless as ever. Well, I'd figure you'd say as much. The fall of my old man was also the fall of the Lang clan. Family that failed to protect the president. That's what we became. My old man started to investigate the case like he was possessed.
Did someone so driven by obsession truly conduct the proper investigation?
Sheesh, you really don't pull your punches, Mr. Prosecutor. Don't think I blindly trusted in his investigation just because he's my old man. His investigation was meticulous down to the last detail. Apparently, he even conducted a thorough interview with each and every kid at the orphanage.
He interviewed every child? I wonder how fruitful his results were. During his investigation, did he find any information on the child who started the fire?
So you noticed it too, huh? Truth is, thought about the same thing myself, but
Her father never revealed his own thoughts to anyone. Is that right?
yeah, that's right. Truth is like a needle hidden in a haystack.
Seems his feelings on the matter are more complicated than he lets on.
Mr. Lang, haven't you forgotten something important? A wolf's nose should be able to sniff out the truth from a haystack.
You're right. I think the little crow girl would be the one to tell me that.
He was my assistant for a good reason.
I'm Mr. Edward's assistant for good reason, you know.
Well, that was cute.
Crow. The crow girl.
There are no girls in the Night's Watch.
Right, Tara.
Peanut butter cookies with pecans sound pretty good. Who do I need to talk to now? I looked at this scene. Do I need to look at it again? Yeah, I don't think so. Good old Tarja. Oh, that happens. I did that with, fuck, who was it?
was definitely saying their name wrong for a while because I just rearranged letters. People do that with Lugia all the time. They always think it reads Luigi.
What do you want?
John, I'd like you to tell me the exact details of your kidnapping.
You were kidnapped at the garbage pickup area, right? Why'd you go there? You don't have to act as a go-between. I can just talk to the old man directly. So he says, looks like he's finally starting to warm up to you. Went to the garbage pickup to throw away the flowers I found on the body. It was nearby, and I thought it'd be harder to find there than if I just tossed them in a trash can. I went there last night too, but the gate was locked.
That's why you went there again today to dispose of them.
Yeah, but when I got there, someone suddenly grabbed me from behind.
And used sleepies on you, right?
Catching Z's is now super easy with sleepies.
Even though she was also a victim to it, she seems to have taken a liking to the slogan.
Hey man, if it works, it works.
Whoever grabbed me was really strong, but that's all I know. I have no idea who it was.
I see, so that's what happened.
Did I call you Skrellet? That might have just been dyslexia. Hello, Pouquet.
After the drugs wore off, did you notice anything about your surroundings?
Those drugs were brought to you by Sleep Z's. Catching Z's is now super easy with Sleep Z's. It was kind of cold when I woke up. I was in a dank, empty room.
Well, one reason I know your name isn't Trap is because your name was initially Trepamine. Trapamine. Like, there wouldn't be much of a point to switch the E and the A. See, now people are going to think you're Skrillex. They're going from Scarlet to Skrillot to Skrillex.
Boxes with foreign writing on them were lying around, so I figured I was in a warehouse. The whole place was like a giant refrigerator. It was a commercial warehouse.
That's right, John was rescued thanks to the collective efforts of K and Detective Gumshoe.
Since it was still a bit cold, the cooling unit's power must have not been cut for too long. For some reason, they didn't think to take my phone, so I used it to call for help.
That seems like another huge oversight. There's a lot of oversights by the criminals here.
I see, in that case, it's good that you're safe and sound, John.
Do I know your name? You told me that it was Maxim. I would not have known if you had not told me, as I cannot read Russian.
I don't need your fake sympathy, old man.
What an incorrigible child.
He's just like a certain someone I know.
Why did Gumshoe fucking care?
Okay, so these are all worthless.
Oh, was Trapamine? Well, because when you have a name like that, it makes it much easier to drop the like common suffix or whatever. and just focus on the first part. Psychologically speaking, it makes a lot of sense. You drop the... I think that's a Latin suffix, right? And then focus on the core of the word, and the core is you. You are the core. Yeah, it's like you drop... I call him Lugia. Tom calls him Lou. Both of them are like you're dropping the Master Brony part because that's just his title, but I'm just addressing him, the core. The core is Lugia. What, because everybody was saying, you're a trap! Yeah, Scarlet, people suck. We know this. We've had this conversation numerous times. Alright, what am I missing here? I might need to show something to Lang? Wait, maybe Ray has something? Oh, I see. Those are like stones. Ah, yes. Irrelevant nonsense.
The SS5 incident that occurred 12 years ago. I guess I should tell you everything. My old man failed to protect the country's #1 VIP. Because of that, he put everything on the line in his hunt for the culprit after the incident. During that time, my old man, he was like a lifeless ghost. He had just caught his prey. He might have been able to, if he had just caught his prey, he might have been able to forgive himself. But that shrew, Roland, she managed to get away scot-free.
Oh yeah, Francisca's the exact opposite. She intentionally will add foolish, your whole name, Mr. or Mrs., and then also if there's anything distinguished about you professionally. The foolish Mr. Miles Edgeworth, former prosecutor. Like, goddamn, relax.
My old man couldn't repay his debt to the president, nor could he unravel the case. And so began the nightmare that our wolf packs still haven't woken up from this day. And so began the nightmare that our wolf pack still haven't woken up from to this day. Satisfied? When his clan's honor was damaged, young Lang's heart was wounded just as badly. Agent Lang, I can sympathize with your father's regrets, however. All we can do is perform a thorough investigation of this case. Hope your words will serve as some kind of clue. That's all you have to say? Jeez, all that talking was a real waste of time.
What the fuck am I supposed to do? Yeah, I mean, I'd say lawyers have those cases too. Attorneys. Gotta be either something with Lang, Courtney, or John. Oh, wait.
another. So this is where the president and his kidnapper were really seen. That is correct. However, now the orphanage can no longer avoid suspicion on the kidnapping. That's why it was necessary to distance the kidnapping site from the orphanage grounds. Oh, sneaky! So that's why they took the fake photo. They disposed of Cameron's film and threatened the president near the road. Then, using new film, they took the false photograph. If Blaze was in league with the kidnappers, he could conceal any incriminating evidence. Yeah, I mean, that's like Courtney's situation, right? I mean, it's a little different given that, you know, but like, let's take her son was kidnapped thing out of it. She has to make a decision where she's like, yeah, I know that person probably did it, in fact, actually did it, but based on the law, this is how I have to do things. Because if you only pick and choose how to apply, like when the law actually should apply, in terms of like, oh, I know it should apply here, but I don't feel like applying it, then the system, you know, principles it's behind kind of meaningless. But the problem is that even if that's true, sometimes it's going to lead to injustices, moral injustices. I think we have the body and, or what was he trying to hide and, or dig up, and the brick? In fact, the SS5 incident case files had been sealed away until Blaze's recent downfall. Oof. Oof! The truth of this case is being revealed little by little. Indeed. However, some mysteries will still remain. We'll need to thoroughly investigate any changes in the previous recreation. Okay, so that didn't do anything. Yeah. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. I'll ask for help if I want it. Don't need to ask. Do we have to find the thing that... Looked at this. that has the same dialogue. So he doesn't really have anything else to say other than,
Might as well tell you anything related to SS5, based on any evidence you show me.
about this. I've done that already. Did that already. Something with you? Wait. That is some really loose logic there. That's some of the loosest, like, connection I think we've seen in this game. Like, yeah, no shit. Aren't we supposed to be looking for a more specific item? I guess not. Just, oh, he's a kidnapper, maybe. Oh, yeah, that's why he's digging. Okay, fine. I'm sitting over here like, I'm supposed to find an item, and that maybe is what he's digging up, because that's far more interesting than just putting these two things together. God. That was lame. Becomes more likely that what he dug up yesterday is connected to the abduction. Yeah, no. Ah! What is it? That was so fucking obvious, I can't believe you needed to say it out loud! Good place have dug up the ransom money, though? The $100 million ransom. Buried in the ground until the heat had died down. It's certainly possible. I know, right? Wow, what timing. Shifu, I'm back. Yeah, a lot of things make sense that don't even need to be, like, there's no reason to add that step there. When something is so blatantly obvious, and don't get me wrong, this is not the first time this series has done that. Normally that happens with testimony, where it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Of course. Having to go over this is a waste of my time. The next step was much more interesting. What is it that he was putting away? Having the connection have been a little tighter like that would have made it more interesting. Like, oh, this fits with this fits with this. Brought the info on the fire the kids started and a photo of the drawing in your father's office. And also,
Oh, I've been waiting for this. Hurry up and hand him over.
information held by Agent Leng's father.
This is it. This is exactly what I remembered.
This is the picture drawn by the child depicting the night of the incident. How very colorful. Sure looks like it was drawn with the child's touch.
This actually looks like, depending on how old the child is, this is actually way better than I expected it to be. You could make an argument this is like what, surrealism? Is that it? Child is 30.
As I thought, the one who drew this, it's most likely the child who started the fire. Shifu!
Could have been Larry. Actually, I don't know. Has Larry ever mentioned his parents before?
What now? Sorry, but it's gonna have to wait. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Why do you think my old man had this? Perhaps he obtained it during the course of his investigation into the incident. Although I don't know why he would have concealed it. Agent Lang, might I be able to see the details of the fire? Yeah, sure. Allow me to read it post-haste. The boy who started the fire snuck out of bed on the night of the incident. It seems this boy went missing several days later.
What? Don't tell me that he witnessed something he shouldn't have.
That's horrible! He was only a child after all! Well, I'd hate for that to be the case. We can't rule out the possibility entirely.
Couldn't that have been what's-his-face's son that disappeared? Or the other son? A lot of people that disappeared in this game.
Huh? Apparently the boy left some stuff behind at the orphanage. It was taken as evidence. What's this? What's that doing here? Mr. Prosecutor, do you recognize this? Yes. I know one piece of evidence that's related to it. Piece of evidence is related to what the boy left behind.
Take that!
I don't know what it's doing here, but isn't that the missing horn from this Mozilla doll? No way, you mean this came off the president's... You know of it? Yeah, I've noticed the president kept it close by as a decoration. I always thought it was strange how one of the horns is missing. You twist the horn, this doll will play back any previously recorded audio. So if we put the missing horn back in place, we might be able to hear a different recording. Indeed, it is possible. The doll is currently on the 51st floor of the Grand Tower. Hey, you heard that, right? Yes, sir, I'll be right back. Shifu, I got it. The mighty Mozilla doll. Well done. Give it to the prosecutor over there. Oh, like the past tense of sneaking? If we insert the horn found at the orphanage into the doll, it's a perfect fit! Well, can you hear anything?
Mr. Huang, it's Amy. It's been a while. I saw the news that you would be coming to this country. I was really nervous about doing this, but I decided to send you a message.
Please stop the playback! Judge Courtney? What's wrong? Stop it now!
It's a boy, your son. He's just been born. I'm sorry, that's all I wanted to tell you. His name is John Marsh. It's a fine name for him, don't you think?
Ah! Marsh! Did she say John?
I'll be waiting in the courtyard of the orphanage at midnight on February 9th. Even if it's just once, I want John to be able to meet you. I'm sorry if I'm being selfish, but I'll be waiting.
No way, that was my...
John.
What's the meaning of this, Miss Courtney?
John is not my real son.
No fucking shit!
He's adopted.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Did John know about this?
Of course he knew. How did you all not know? John's mother, Amy Marsh, passed away about 5 years ago. She and I were cousins. Since we were young, we've always been really close. We were often mistaken for sisters. That's why, when she passed away, I thought it was only natural that I look after John.
Oh no! It's Russian this time! Maxim! We need you to gatekeep your country now. Interestingly enough, they shouldn't be able to post links. I had a thought that he might have been the father, just because we knew it, but it wasn't because I wasn't thinking of the flowers. No, that makes a lot of sense. I was just thinking because I knew it wasn't her son, so it's somebody else's son. It's not going to be some irrelevant person. It's going to be somebody that we know. So he was the first one that came to mind. Oh. Okay. Well, at least nobody will accidentally press it then. That would have made sense too, given the ages, right?
Also, there were circumstances which prevented me from revealing his father's identity. I never even told John his father's name.
And now it's all been revealed, thanks to the recording on that doll. Did John's mother send the doll to the president?
Hey, John, was he, the president, really my dad? Yes, he was. Before you were born, Amy worked as a diplomat in Changfa.
A diplomat? So that must be how she became acquainted with President Huang.
Hang on, didn't you tell me she worked at the orphanage? Yes, after returning to this country, Amy left her job as a diplomat. She always had great passion for charity work, so she began working at the orphanage.
Hey, Miss Courtney. This Amy girl, she called the president there herself, but she never showed up at the scene of the SS-5 incident. What's with that?
Amy couldn't make it. Apparently, someone had been following her the whole night.
Perhaps it was Blaze? I can't say for certain, but it's possible that it was his doing.
After that, Amy never got another chance to see the president again.
So, she died 5 years ago. This conversation must be painful for John.
Alright, hey John, you thirsty? How about I buy us both some juice? We can go together. I'm a part of this too. I'll listen until the end. Besides, I can afford to buy my own juice. Oh, shot down by a kid.
You did just get dunked on.
John, do you understand the reason I met with the president 2 days ago?
The secret meeting from 2 nights ago.
I wanted to tell him about Amy's death and that you were alive and well. But I
see. That's why you couldn't tell us your reasons for meeting with the president until now.
I get it. She would have had to reveal his connection with John. I brought a bouquet of lion lilies so that he would understand I truly did know about Amy. Those flowers are a dear memory to the president and Amy. The first present she received from the president was a bouquet of lion lilies. But now, even he has passed away. If only he was still alive. Perhaps I could have introduced him to John.
Shifu, I'm sorry to interrupt this atmosphere, but there's something I need to say.
Oh, what is it now? Can't this wait?
Well, actually, there's one last item that's been delivered here from Changfa. I have here the president's will.
What?
The president's will? Doesn't seem like something they would have in their possession. Who?
Unless they just gave it to him. People were holding it. It'd be the bank or family or... I guess you might not have any family. Oh yeah, he definitely kept his muscle form on with her.
My old man received a great number of special medals from the president himself. As a token of his trust, the president left his will in the protection of the Lang clan.
Ah. Okay, fair enough.
Those medals and that will, they were the pride of our clan. Family treasure, so to speak.
Completely forgot about that. This is... Dude did it on a scroll. What a badass. Agent Lang, does that have something to do with the current case?
You bet it does. It says here, I hereby acknowledge John Marsh as my own son.
I was gonna say, dude had to have, like, at least heard of John Marsh before, right? He's a movie star. And probably, like, how would he not... I just feel like he'd have to be almost willfully ignorant to not have, like, thought about that. Or ever found out that information, or at least had suspicions, given the age, last name, first name. So it's like Courtney wouldn't have had to have told him that. I guess she'd still want to tell him about Amy's death.
What? John's name is in the president's will?
Are you certain that will was written by the president?
Yeah, he entrusted it to the Lang clan even before the SS5 incident took place. They'll have to appraise it back home, but by the name of the Lang clan, this is the real deal. Li Junhuang was the president of an entire nation. The existence of his son would have caused considerable controversy. However, he left behind a will just in case. This makes it doubly sure. I still can't believe it myself, but there's no room for doubt.
Was he married? Because, like, if he's not married... I guess more for religious reasons it would have caused a potential uproar. But even then...
John Marsh, you are the son of Di Junhuang.
Oh, God. I cannot. I'm just so bad at it.
Di Junhuang, president of Zhangfa. Bitchin'.
John! Yeah, not so bitchin'. His dad died. That sucks. That really, really sucks. And he was the first one to find the body, too. He has to go back and think about that? Sex outside of marriage for any politician would cause a scandal. If they're not married, and you don't think that person's having sex, then you are... I would say that would be a willfully ignorant person. And any scandal that would any uproar that would be caused, I would laugh at profusely because it would be incredibly stupid. It's just like the people that they're like, "Oh, porn was found on this politician's browser when they took a screenshot." Of course there was. Do you know how many people look at porn? It would have been surprising if there wasn't porn there. To get on all an uproar about it is fucking stupid. It's only a Monica Lewinsky situation if he's married. That was the problem with Bill Clinton, and then he lied about it. President of France's approval rating actually went up after he was found to be having an affair? Oh, I like this guy. I don't have a good French accent for that.
No, I think Dog's right. I don't think you can make that blanket statement because it depends on where in the culture. I don't know how it would be in East Asia. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. I also did not inhale the marijuana smoke. Like, yeah, okay. Okay, buddy. Stop watching porn! Yeah, why he didn't bring him into the chess dimension. I mean, obviously the president knew. The president's gonna know, have an idea of what his constituents are looking at, right? What's gonna cause an uproar or whatever. I'm still not sure you can simply make that assumption if you're Edgeworth. Or whoever said it. Alright, Trev, how much more time do we have left? I haven't given out any credits. Hey, that's a good point. John just didn't have the pieces. If he ain't got the pieces, then... I actually don't mind the idea of having the last stream having 100% progress, quite honestly. No, it shouldn't be a reason why. The only reason I'd have to cancel is if I was, like, sick or something. Where is the good place to stop, Maxim? At the end of the game? Mostly because finales tend to be... there's actually a... if you want to call it a business reason behind that. Finales tend to... The first and last episodes tend to be the most watched episodes of any of these streams. So, because of that... I do try to make it a little less talking and a little more gameplay. Since the people that watch it after the fact, that's what they want mostly. So that's kind of the business reason behind it. I don't know. What do you think about Maxim's thoughts, Trep? Maxim said I should wait to go through a testimony. Is this one testimony the only testimony in the whole game, in the whole last part, and it's at the very end? See, I feel like Maxim's trying to big brain me. All right, I'll give you guys a minute to discuss. I'm going to try to re-render Rise from the Ashes tonight too. So I honestly, I was getting so frustrated with what was going on. I just took like a couple day break away from it just so that I could not want to punch my
PC for something that's not its fault. Problems on YouTube's end, but if I compress it, I'm going to try to compress it a little bit more. Maybe that'll help, because I really, really do not want to break that video up into 2 parts. My organizational preferences will lead that to being the forefront of my mind forever. They're in P-word? And they use S-word. Oh, JoJo? Oh yeah, that just got released on Netflix. Okay. Always prudent to give yourself a little wiggle room.
John. So that guy was my dad.
He found out about his own birth so suddenly, and furthermore, his newfound father is no longer in this world.
I'd always been searching for my dad. John. I get it, alright? He's the president. Well, was the president. I know it's a complicated situation, but we even met face to face during the filming. So then why, huh? Why didn't he tell me who he really was? I'm sorry, John. Mom, you don't need to apologize. No matter how you look at it, it's all my fault. Yesterday I broke my promise with you and didn't even notice the fire on the roof. So I destroyed everything. I crushed it all. My dad, and those flowers that my mom carefully grew. John, please, for now, just don't think about anything. Just stay like this for a little while. Just for a little while, okay?
The bond between a parent and child. That's the meaning behind Lion Lilies. I know it's not my style, but that flower is from Shengfa. However, we have no means of protecting that bond. Agent Lang? Allow me to say this, the case won't be solved by sentimentality alone. Therefore, shouldn't we do all that we can to solve it?
Yeah, you're right.
The recreation of the past is finished. Were your father's deductions correct?
My old man took his deductions to the grave. Never told anyone about them. So who knows if they were right or not.
In that case, what about your own deductions? I would like to hear what you think happened based on the recreation, in order for us to get closer to the truth of 12 years ago.
Yeah, I was thinking it's about time. I can see it now. My old man's back, real close. I'll catch up to him for sure. To the truth that my old man uncovered. There's no mistake that the president went to the orphanage. The stuffed toy is proof of that. He was planning to meet with Amy Marsh. However, the president was kidnapped, and Cameron just happened to witness it. If Cameron hadn't been there, it probably would have just been a kidnapping with no murder. Afterwards, the body was moved to the flower beds, and a fake photo was taken.
Was that really what happened 12 years ago?
However, there's one thing I still don't get.
Something you don't get?
It's this. Why they need to take a fake photo? Why would they go through all that trouble and even make the president take part in the photo?
That's true. However, the answer to that riddle must lie somewhere within. Once we get past the layers upon layers of deduction, we shall surely reach it.
Yeah, that's right. I'd like to hear your deductions as well.
Hold it! Hold it.
You mean this stuffed animal? The one with the recording device?
That's right.
Inside that toy was a recording from John's birth mother, Amy Marsh. Indeed, she said that she would meet with him at midnight. Wow, you two are perfectly in sync! The truth is becoming clear, like you're peeling off layers of a scallion! Why a scallion specifically? Okay, a scallion doesn't have anything on the inside. Please don't make such foreboding analogies. The truth is becoming clear, like you're peeling off the skin of a wolf!
Can you stop making those foreboding analogies? Let's get back on track.
Hold it.
I'd also like to verify the details of this point as much as possible. Mr. Cameron witnessed the president and his kidnapper near the orphanage. And Mr. Cameron was standing by the snowman near the road.
Then the murderer picked up a brick, snuck up on him from behind, and wham!
Eek! Okay, we are simply verifying what actually transpired. There's no need to be scared. That was so intense! Half the details of this case just vanished from my brain. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Lang, let's carefully verify all the facts of this case.
Yeesh. Well, if you're gonna listen, I'll talk as much as you want.
Being withholding?
Hold it.
If he hadn't been there, you say? That's an interesting theory. Care to explain in more detail?
It's simple. Cameron was killed because he saw the kidnapping. The kidnapping itself was a success. If he hadn't been there, no blood would have been spilled.
No blood would have been spilled. You make it sound like it was his own fault for being there. Okay, that's not it. What Agent Lung's trying to say is, simply besides Mr. Cameron, there was no other casualties at the crime scene. Oh, was that all? Of course, that's obvious. The president was kidnapped, but once the ransom money was paid, he was returned safe and sound. That sounds like an obvious point. However, something about it bothers me. I may need to reevaluate the evidence once more.
Don't explain anything to your assistant. I still have one last thing to confirm.
No, you don't. You're already done.
You lose!
I guess, actually, you don't lose. We'd all win, but...
Objection.
If the eyewitness, Cameron, had not been there, no murder would have taken place. Is that really the case?
The criminal's goal was only to kidnap the president. If there were no witnesses, there would have been no need to commit murder, right?
And what if Cameron wasn't the only one who was murdered? There was a large bloodstain near the flower beds. However, Cameron was murdered near the snowman. Ergo, this bloodstain could not have belonged to Cameron. Someone else's blood was spilled, and quite a vast amount at that.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, do you have any idea what you're saying?
I do. It's hard to believe. However, that is what the evidence indicates. On that night, 12 years ago, there were 2 murders.
Are you saying that the other murder was covered up? Who the heck could have been killed?
A murder that was cleverly concealed. All traces of it were erased, and the incident itself was completely deleted from the case files. However, there's one piece of evidence that still remains intact after 12 years. This piece of evidence shows that something happened that night. Intact? That we still have?
Take that.
The other murder incident was buried in the dark by Blaze the Best. However, there is still one piece of evidence that remains. Agent Lang, it survived by your father's hands.
My old man, you say?
Yeah, they're supposed to be like working together and he's like, fuck you! Please recall,
There was one more thing that was hidden along with the traces of the murder. And that is the existence of the boy who caused the fire. Why did Blaze make the boy disappear? It's because he saw something that he wasn't supposed to see. What's the thing he wasn't supposed to see? Everything is drawn in this picture. The drawing my old man had. The person drawn on the night is most likely the president. The Mozilla doll is also drawn near him, and the person standing opposite him is...
Take that!
a man with a knife and a large black dog. He is none other than Sirhan Dojin. What? What? The assassin? Why would an assassin appear before a president? The answer is clear. Indeed, what occurred that night on the orphanage ground 12 years ago was not a kidnapping. It was a presidential assassination. Oh! Then Mrs. Roland and Mr. Blaze were... Yes, the two were likely partners in crime. One furnished the orphanage to use as the scene of the incident, and the other covered up the young boy's testimony. It's likely that Mr. Cameron was murdered because he witnessed the assassination itself. After all, the kidnapping never actually happened. Stop messing around. You're saying that the president was assassinated 12 years ago? Hey. What'd I say? Like, that was the first thing that came to mind. Like, that ain't the real president. His attitude changes, all this and that, and now, yeah. Just wasn't the same dude. We just found his body today. He's been alive up until now. That's right. I mean, we met him ourselves. If the president was assassinated 12 years ago and the president's body was found today, that would imply there were two presidents. Oh yeah, they said he used body doubles too. I completely forgot about that part. Yeah, and that can't be right. Are you sure about that? You know, this is also... I know you guys are gonna hate me. Something that happened in this game! I won't spoil where in case there are people that still want to play it or watch my videos of it and see the incredible story of one entity in particular. Are you sure about that? There is the possibility that there were two presidents. That's right. Up until now, I've been getting a strange feeling from the president. I know, right? Genshin Impact ripped off Ace Attorney 9 years in the future. Actually, the first thing came to mind wasn't even Genshin. When I first thought about the body double thing, I thought about the Saddam Hussein scene in Arrested Development, where like all the Saddam body doubles, including the real, according to the show, the real Saddam, lived in that house. And it was a fake Saddam that had gotten captured and executed. I have no scar. Real Saddam has scar. I have no scar. .com. What did Maxim say? But he carried the nation with his strength. The image of President Huang that Agent Leng described. Differs far too greatly from the President Huang we knew. It's as if they were two entirely different people. Oh, so the original Huang probably just had buff body, right? But the body double didn't. He had like an All Might body. If there were in fact two If there were, in fact, 2 Ching-Fa presidents, exactly how would such a scenario be possible? What would make the existence of the 2 presidents possible? If we were to assume that one of them was a body double, wouldn't it be possible then? A body double. President Huang possessed immense power and authority in Changfa. I'm sure there were those who envied his position and made attempts on his life. Yes, just as he was attacked a few days ago at Gourd Lake.
It's true. There were those who sought Huang's life from time to time.
But I can't easily believe there were 2 presidents. At least not without any evidence. Do I have evidence that proves there were 2 presidents? Wait, what was this? Also, props to this guy for dying in his buff and managing to keep his buff form. What a fucking legend. Do we still know why one of the horns was broken? Has Agent Lang not noticed this contradiction? Or has he noticed it but can't admit it?
What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't shout something out only to suddenly clam up.
According to the recordings on the doll, the president visited the orphanage at midnight. However, that should not have been possible because your father said that he was at the embassy, or wherever building that was, presidential, where he should be. Huh? Why is that? Why? Because at the time, the president should have been at the embassy. He was together with Agent Lang's father. So, Agent Lang, You really did notice. He was in 2 places at the same time. Ergo, there must have been 2 presidents. Then, which of the 2 was the real president on that day 12 years ago? Most likely the one who died. Who contracted Dojin to murder Wang? In order to learn that, first, we must have a look at the evidence that we proved was false earlier. And the piece of evidence we know to be false is... the photo, right?
Take that!
The photo taken with Cameron's camera was taken after he was murdered. And he was murdered because he witnessed the presidential assassination. In other words, the photo must have been taken following the assassination. Given that, who is the president pictured in the fake photo? We must consider him to be the body double. In other words, the body double had the real president murdered and then took his place. Patricia, Roland, and Blaze must have cooperated in that plan. Hold it. Wong's body was never found. Just where could it have disappeared to? The answer to that is already quite apparent. This is where the real president's body was. In the hooves!
Take that!
Last night, there was something Blaze had to unearth with his own 2 hands. That item was not the ransom. It was something far more important. Ah, so Blaze buried the real president's body. The possibility is quite high. What'd you say? The bones from the body buried 12 years ago would have still remained. According to Powers, construction was to begin soon at this lot. That was the deadline, both for the movie and retrieval of the body, because they would have found the body when they started the construction. Agent Long, let us search the footprints that Blaze dug up. Yeah, the body was buried there. There'd be traces of it. Hey, somebody call forensics. I have the results of the search. We found traces in the dirt that suggest a body was buried there. Traces? Bone? What? So it was Wong after all? We also recovered the skeletal remains that Blaze the Best dug up. They were in his home. Ah. He just took him home? What, do you have him chilling on his couch? Like, let me set you up nice and comfy here. Yeah, that's a chill skeleton. In addition to the bone structure, the no records in the bone fractures all match up. We can confirm that it was indeed President Huang. So the real President Huang really was killed 12 years ago. Well, yeah, Dojin's dog is on the lam with him. Give it to the fucking dog. Destroy them before the... You need to do all these things before the hearing. Don't go to sleep that day. Just take care of all of it. Oh my god. The SS5 incident was a murder. So the SS5 incident was actually a murder incident. There's so much information, it's way too confusing. Indeed, let us take this opportunity to review the details of the case. First, the real president came to the orphanage, right? 12 years ago, the true President Huang visited the orphanage in order to meet his son. The footsteps in the snow that we thought belonged to Mr. Cameron were most likely made by the president at that time. Hey, later, Scarlet. That was very fast. Yo, what's up, Amiro? Well, then have somebody else do it. You can't just go to sleep with skeletal remains in your body. Especially when you know... Well, he knew somebody was hot on his trail.
At that point, he didn't know Edgeworth was. But he knew Jill was, right? Snort some cocaine like a real man. Take care of your business. Thought it was rad. Yeah, with wearing goggles correctly. Well, thank you, Amiro. Hyoka? Is that a new anime? President Huang was supposed to meet his son here. However, the one who actually showed up was the assassin, Sirhan Dojin. No, it's only noon for Trep. He's not sleeping. He came here to meet his son, but he was murdered instead. How horrible! What's it about? Without getting into too much detail, obviously. What kind of anime is it? A man like Dojin shows no mercy. And after that, the second tragedy occurred. You mean Mr. Cameron's murder? Indeed. Mr. Cameron saw the decisive moment. After the real president was killed by Dojin, his body was carried to the rear courtyard by the team of kidnappers. Mr. Cameron must have witnessed that moment from the orphanage entrance. Oh, high school detective job. Fair enough. Although he himself believed that he had actually witnessed a kidnapping. Furthermore, by this time, the body double who had come to meet up with Blaze and Miss Rowland was already standing behind Mr. Cameron. And then the witness to the incident, Mr. Cameron, was killed by the body double. So, was Mr. Cameron's corpse also carried by the body double? Yes, that seems likely. But wasn't there anything at the crime scene that looked like the body double's footprints? Huh, I've already figured out how we accomplished that. There is a piece of evidence that would have made it possible. What did the body double use to move the body without leaving any footprints? Actually, I hadn't thought about this. The shoes?
Take that!
This is almost certainly how the body double carried Mr. Cameron's corpse. After Mr. Cameron was killed, the president's body double carried him into the middle of the garden. I suspect the body double was wearing the same shoes as the real president at the time. If he made sure to step precisely on top of the footprints left by the real president. Ah, since the shoes were the same, there would only be one set of footprints left behind in the snow. I think I've got a pretty good grasp on the SS5 incident now, but there's still one thing I don't get. What's that? Why did they need to stage the abduction? Because Mr. Cameron witnessed the incident. He saw the president at the orphanage. He left behind witness testimony on Miss Crane's answering machine. Even Blaze couldn't make that disappear. Ergo, the body double needed a reason for the president to have been at the orphanage. And that's why they prepared the fake kidnapping charade. Charade. The people in the fake photo are the body double, and most likely, Patricia Rowland. The person in the coat is Miss Rowland? What makes you say that? The two would have to leave the orphanage in order to take the picture. Just like when he moved the body, the double used the real president's footprints. Ah, so the second set of footprints must belong to the president in the coat. The person in the coat. Indeed, we originally believed that those footprints belonged to Cameron's killer. They were size 7 footprints, too small for Blaze's feet. Thus, we can presume that the person playing the part of the kidnapper was Patricia. Hidden in the shadow of the presidential kidnapping was a presidential assassin.
I mean, we've been slowly figuring out where this is all going for a while now. Yes, this game's been very good at putting all the pieces together. I see, so that's why my old man... Why he what? The old man must have realized that a murder had taken place. After all, he had the kids drawing. However, that picture was never presented as evidence. Your father likely took it from the young witness during the investigation and hid it. He had to have known that Huang was dead. But what if he had revealed that back then? Revealed the death of the president, the backbone of Chung Fa? It would have caused chaos. And that's why my old man took the secret to his grave. He even took the blame for the kidnapping, knowing that would be the fall of House Lang. Sounds a little more melancholic than sad. Like, more straightforward sad. So this is the truth that Agent Lang's father hid 12 years ago. And now it's all becoming clear. Huh? Is that really the case, I wonder? Oh, is that really the case, I wonder? Who is it? Who's there? What? That bell. It's... Sirhan Dojin. I feel you, Sirhan. I feel ya. The reveal! I should have stopped it before they revealed who it was. Blaze probably arranged it, didn't he? All right. Fantastic. So next stream on Monday, we will finish this. I'll be on Twitch tomorrow. And nothing on Sunday. I'm going to get back to trying to get Rise from the Ashes uploaded. So yeah. Thanks for hanging, everybody. We'll have fun with that, Amira. Thank you to Likeazer for the 5 buckaroos. We'll go give me some beer with that. And yeah, see y'all on Monday. Until then, stream is adjourned. Hello.
Damn. Wow. Nice hat.
Yeah, right.
Just talking shit like hey, the wrong one. No! Why'd you take your hand off the controller? You were flawless.
He's feeling arrogant as a bitch.
I thought it was over. Nice hat. I thought I'd have a moment. Fuck! Come on! You need a fucking checkpoint, man?
That was hilarious. That was worth it.
Oh.
So you're probably, regardless of where you drop it, you're probably gonna have to jump first. Oh,
So
no,
how
I
do
guess
you jump?
I think it's the top, the X. Yeah. There you go.
Good idea. Oh my god!
Are you serious?
I'm keeping it low. I'll come by again.
I actually don't think she would have been able to hear them if she was actually engaged in conversation.
Oops, wrong way.
Oops. Who says that to themselves out loud?
Right.
I have.
Really? Oops, wrong way.
My fault.
I talk to myself
Mind
all the time.
going after her.
I'm
Yeah.
probably almost as weird as she is.
I've never said it so flamboyantly though.
Yeah. Oops, wrong
Oh my
way.
goodness. The egg's on over here.
Okay, you're right. You're right about that.
Goodness, my car's in the next row.
That's a good one too.